Hey, Gutter Spawn, good to see you. I just heard the chat rules. Apparently, we're all humans here. Why you gotta do Bojo like that? Well, you can have human-like qualities. Um, so one of my favorite things watching while growing up was the Muppets. There's actually, I think my favorite things to catch on TV were X-Men, the animated series, and the Muppets, because for some reason, I don't know, the other shows, it was easy to catch them, right? So I never felt like they were rare. But for me, Muppets, I think that probably came on late at night. And then X-Men, the animated series, was always hard to catch for some reason, so it always felt really valuable. And man, Muppets was like 50% of my personality when I was when I was pretty young. I just love the Muppets. The audio quality is awful right now. I'm not sure what's okay. Let me see what's going on. Um, I don't know. I've got my lapel mic here testing. Is it not picking up from my? Maybe it's not coming. Sometimes Windows is weird, and then it tries to use the laptop speaker, which is absurd.
Hello, testing 1 2. It's not picking up my lapel mic. This is crazy. That's crazy. So it must be coming from the computer. It was fine last time. Okay. That's better. Hello? Okay, thank you, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Good to see you, Alexander. Yeah, so I've been working on a couple. I had a barbecue for my archery club yesterday, and I handle the barbecue and the grilling. Otherwise, I'd have more Goobuddies done, but I'm so amped. I have a bunch of designs that I really want to get done. So I've stopped doing concept art because I've been doing art my entire life. I've been doing 3D modeling for decades, and in concept art is extremely important when you are working with other artists because it's not always the people who come up with the ideas. They're not always the same people who do the 3D modeling. So you usually have to do concept art as a collaborative step in the process. And even if you're not collaborating, it's important to do concept art to help you flush your ideas out and develop them. But I've been creating art my entire life, and it's my goal to keep improving as an artist, not just using the tools, but the ability to conceive an idea and then to bring it into reality. So I'm currently at a stage where I don't need to do concept art anymore because I'm able to come up with the idea and then to flesh it out entirely in my mind without having to do the concept art, which saves me a massive amount of work because in my mind I can already see exactly what the end product is going to be like. I don't need concept art to flush it out anymore. So I just do my 3D modeling and my character creation on the spot, and I call that concept on canvas. And if you're working solo and you have a high workload, that is a valuable skill. That is something that people can develop themselves. And I would like to share my thought process behind that because I think that's something that a lot of solo developers would benefit from. And that is a skill that you work on it and you develop that. Um, and I love this guy. Guys, look, this is entirely thanks to the Kickstarter. Hey, Piglet Tube, good to see you. Let me know if the music's ever too loud or too quiet or anything. So, this guy, this is Tri Snake. I'm so very glad we got to make Tri Snake. In my head, I knew what I wanted the serpent family to be like. They're all just going to be fun little snake guys. And this guy is very delightful to me. I like this. You can see I'm starting to implement the split. This was requested by Tim, the last stream, and he wanted this guy, and we added it to the Kickstarter as a mini stretch goal, and we reached it. So I'm still implementing this into my workflow. It's going to take some time for me to really get used to doing all of the 3D models with the elemental split, but we will be able to do that. The split looks so cool. It's you can thank Tim and thank all the supporters that reached the mini stretch goal because it is going to require that I adjust my workflow a little bit because every single model will have to have that definition. Look at this guy's little snooter. Look at his little snoot wobble. These things make me laugh. My whole goal with the Goobuddies, I want people to look at them and I want people to think, oh man, that is so, either that's so cool or that's so adorable. Look at his little snooter wobbly. This makes me laugh. Very Tommy Lee Jones from Batman Forever-esque. Very. Oh yeah, absolutely. We got the Harvey Dent. Where is she? Where's the drugs? Where's Rachel? Tell me where she is. What are some of your go-to holiday movies to watch? Hey Ray, good to see you. Number one, absolutely 100%. It's obviously going to be Home Alone, but there's an extremely, extremely close second place movie. Actually, it's tied in first place. I can't call it a second place. It's tied for first place, and that is Rare Exports. It's a Finnish film. It does have subtitles, so when you're watching it, if your wife or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your wife's boyfriend walks into the room and you're watching Rare Exports, you're going to look very sophisticated because it has subtitles on screen and it's European. So the fact that you're watching a European film is going to make you look very sophisticated. No, I love Rare Exports. It's made and set in Finland, and there are horror aspects to it because there's a company that's trying to dig up Santa Claus, but Santa Claus is not the fun Coca-Cola Santa Claus that we've created, in the 1900s. It's just sort of the scary old European Santa Claus, and they've dug him up from the mountain, and it takes place in a small village where a kid has figured out that Santa and his elves have been dug up from the mountain, and they're not nice. Cornus, good to see you. Hey there, quick question. Are there any concepts/goos that you would want to implement but are unsure how to? Up until last night, the answer would have been no. Right? I've basically done every goo that I want to. This one I'm still working on. I want to add drippy drips to the arms. So this one's almost finished, but I just wanted to see him physics animating because I want him to be like a wacky inflatable arm waving flailing tube man. But I think it's going to look way cooler when he has the drippy goo. Look at him. Look at this guy. These things make me laugh. They make me laugh so hard. And I'm so excited to share this game with people because I think people will play it and then they're gonna laugh and they're gonna go, "Geez, look at this guy." Just visually. Hey, how's it going, PBT? How's it going? So yesterday I was working on a concept, and there's one Goobuddy I actually have to scratch because I can't really create it the way that I want it to look. One of the Goobuddy family lines is cuboid. Let's see. I don't have them here right now. If I open another scene, I could probably find it, but that's where couch comes from. And I wanted one where it's like a goo, and then there are pillars that extend forward. I wanted 3 pillars, but they spiral out. So they're sort of like and he's called Vortex. And I started doing it, and I realized it's going to take a lot of time to implement that, and because I've chosen to include the split element now, which was requested by Tim, and then all the Kickstarter backers made it possible for me to spend a bit more time, all the Goobuddies now have to be symmetrical, and Vortex isn't symmetrical. And so it would take way more time to implement it, and I started doing the spiral, the sort of the stalks, or the columns coming out, and they're going to a spiral. And in my mind, it's like, oh, this is going to be so sick. And I realized this doesn't look like how I want it to look, and it would take so long to make it look how I want it to look, and then it would be a nightmare implementing the split element system on Vortex. So I thought, I'm just going to come up with a different design, because I would end up wasting a lot of time on that design. And it's like, nobody's going to care if this design's not in the game. Like, that's what it comes down to. The only person who would care is me. And I would go, oh, I'd like this design. Nobody would care because I can come up with a design that's just as cool that people will like anyway. So I've actually, that's one design where I had to put my foot down and say, this is taking too much time, and it doesn't really matter. Mine is Nightmare Before Christmas. We got any Goobuddies yet? The Goobuddies are the same species as the Goobuddies, right? They're these guys. They have their own unique eye colors, so you can't have the Goobuddie eye color. This is specifically for the Goobuddies. But there are Colossus Goobuddies, and I'm not going to show them in any of the marketing because I want that to be something that you discover. But the Colossus are giant, massive Goobuddies that have absorbed other Goobuddies and they've become genetically unstable. Goobuddies are not supposed to eat other Goobuddies. They kind of can, you know, once in a while. It's not a big deal. They can eat each other, but a Colossus forms when a bunch of Goobuddy under a great deal of stress sort of all merge together and become genetically unstable, and then they start just absorbing any other Goobuddy that they get close to, and they get bigger and bigger. They become unstable, and they're extremely dangerous, and those are called Colossus. So those are the weekly battles. The very best rewards you get are from the Colossus battles, and those are the ones where you have to build a specific team. You have to deal with, you know, a certain element. I'll run the game really quick, and I'll just show you. I just released another game that's 2 this year. PvT, that's awesome. If you're on the Discord or something, share it with me. I want to take a look at that. That's awesome. What kind of game is it? Tell me what kind of game it is. So if we go to training here, you have your typical training, right? These raise your stats. You can see which stats they raise. If you press left and right, I need to put arrows that let you know that you can go left and right. But you also have elemental showers. And elemental showers allow you to gain a temporary elemental boost. You see that? You get boost your water by 40%, thunder, etc. You have some dual ones as well. You have Gold Fever that boosts your resistance to fire and gold. And the reason I have the elemental showers here is because the Colossus battles are going to spam elemental attacks. If you go to bounties, I will have an alert, and there's going to be a spam alert. So you'll see a thing pop up, it'll say spam alert, and it'll say enemies use thunder attacks. Enemies use poison attacks. So when you go to the Colossus, there'll be another thing that pops up. It's not in there yet, I'm adding it still. Spam alert. And it's going to say water attacks. And then you think, oh shit. So the Colossus are absurdly powerful. So now you go into training and you go into the elemental shower and you go, okay, I'm going to prepare for that battle and I'm going to use the water shower. Right now I didn't put the graphics in yet, so he's still using the weightlifting there. Waterfall. But the water shower is going to end up, it's going to share similar visuals to this one here, you know. I've dabbled in game design, but haven't finished anything serious yet. It's called Samurai Stratagem. Let's look it up. Samurai Stratagem. Samurai Steam. Awesome. Okay, everyone, we're taking a look at where'd my Firefox go. PVT parts 404. We're looking at 404's game. This is the one that you've just done. The other is Idle Streaming Bonanza. It's a meme idle clicker game. Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Hold on, I'll pause my music so we can hear yours. Okay, let's see what we got here. So you play as this samurai. I like the style of this. Oh yeah, very nice. I really like your use of the foreground scrolling there to create a sense of depth. The foreground scrolls faster. Nice parallaxing. Very good. And you see you have the focal plane here in the middle is what is in focus, what we want to pay attention to. That moves at that baseline level of speed, and then behind that you have slower scrolling to create that sense of depth. Parallaxing, very nice. Oh yeah, I like that. I like this command prompt. This is crazy. My most played PSP game is Stepmania. Obviously, I'm a big PSP fan. I played heaps of PSP over the years, and By far, it's not even close. My most played PSP game is Stepmania, so this kind of thing already appeals to me. Excellent, excellent decision. This is good. This is good game design here. We'll point it out. Is the use of color on the arrows to make it more identifiable for people to quickly recognize, because this is a situation where the player needs to quickly understand visual stimulus, and using the colors makes it a lot easier for people to understand. And we all view color differently. Some people are less perceptive to certain colors, so even the tones that you've used are different enough to where people who view colors a little bit differently than other people can still quickly see the differences. And that, well done. I do really like that. Yeah, nice. I like that. Go to red and the slashing. Very cool. I like the streak. That's a problem. See, I feel like I've lost a whole match if I break my streak. That's putting internal pressure. I'm not sure what the mechanics of this. I'll try this. I'm not sure what the mechanics are, but I already feel like I've lost if I break a streak. So that's on me. That's not a you thing. That's a me problem. I don't know if anyone else is like that. Old trailer, but there are hold inputs, feints, and doable inputs too. Whoa, nice. Hey, Chili, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, nice. Very cool. Yeah, this looks awesome. Yeah, I do like that. Very relaxing effect. Very cool. But it's not distracting. I do like that. You're going for the silhouette. But see, I like when stuff goes in the foreground. I remember sort of I don't know, it wasn't really until DS games, I think, that I saw really strong uh large objects in the foreground getting away. And I really like that. It makes it feel like you're kind of in that scene there with the characters. Yeah, very cool. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, so I'm still I don't have it here. I'll show you the room. I've created all the template pieces for the training stuff. Actually, it'll be fun. I'll show you. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna hang out and chat. I'll show you how I build the game. We're going to rig up the Goobuddies. That's It used to be a miserable process, but it's a lot easier these days. The designs that I've chosen for these characters make it easy for me to rig up because most of them are not humanoid, and for the humanoid ones I can use auto riggers, so it's so much easier. So let me show you. Let's see, where do I have it? Yeah, thanks for looking. Yeah, awesome. I always like to check out other people's games. Playing games is more fun than making them. I'm obviously making them is fun. You have fun, but playing other people's games, seeing what other people come up with, that's what it's all about. I think I tucked it away so it's not in the way. Let me see if I can find it. Objects, fusion, overflow. Um, PVT parts. Which? Oh, what engine do you use for development? I mostly use Unity. That's just what I've specialized in. But I use a bunch of different stuff for creating the homebrew games for uh, of all the old consoles. Oh, here it is. I didn't even see it because all the huge dudes are in the way. These are all the parts I use for training mechanisms. You know, I'll go back in and I'll show you the training mechanisms. But I'll just bring them up here. What I do is I make a bunch of component parts in the 3D modeling program, and I think, what do I need? What parts do I need? And then I assemble them and I put them together in Engine. So I really like the fluid in Engine approach. Like, for example, I'll just duplicate that here and I'll say, oh yeah, this can rotate like that, and that means, this bit will rotate like that. Gear, something about a gear, man, looks so cool. I don't know what it is. You're a Unity dev. Yeah. So you know the pain. You know the pain. Unity's great, and then it's so painful sometimes. Good God, it's painful. Um, let's go camping in 2026. Yeah, that'll be awesome. We did a camping trip. I don't know, was it last year or this year? But we'll go again. We'll grill stuff up. I'll show you the training stuff here. I'll like, for example, let's go treadmill, and you can see the grass is in the way. As you can see the treadmill running. My dog is barking. Skip ring. I don't think I've done skip ring yet. Study. There, he's got a little book. Hey Tim, great to see you. How's it going? So you can see I'm still creating all the stuff. Wood chop, field plow. Oh yeah, I've done this one. I have different particle effects to put on this. That's a placeholder part effect right now. Um, is there combat or just a museum simulator? Hey Frank Torres. It's yeah, I'll show you really quick. I'll just restart it because OBS is running. It makes my computer chug. I'll show you what the battles look like. It's very much it's a 5-team, very strategic RPG, real-time turn-based battle system. So you build a team of 5. When you look at the missions, it's basically like solving a puzzle. You have to build a team that's appropriate for that mission, and then the more difficult missions have really specific quirks. Like it'll say the enemies will spam a certain element, or the enemies have a particular skill that's going to make that battle very challenging. I don't know if Windows is trying to update, but now my computer's chugging, and I think Windows is doing stuff. What a bummer. And I have no control over Windows these days. We used to, but now we don't. So my computer was running fine a minute ago, and now it's not. Cool, thanks, Windows. We'll just boot this up. I'll quickly show you. And the battles, you'll see you have a stat boost and a stat penalty based on the elements of your Goobuddies. So you cannot just have one team. You can't just say, oh yeah, I've got my 5 dudes, they'll work everywhere. Well, the different battles take place in different environments, and the different environments will make it to where certain Goobuddies, they're just going to get a stat penalty there. Great. Thanks, Windows. Windows making me look bad. So I'm still programming this. I don't think we're going to reach PvP. We're running out of time here. I think we have 2 hours left. So I don't think we're going to have local or online PvP. So that means that now knowing that, I know that I can finish programming the battle system. The battle system's about 40% completed, but I could not progress because I need to know if we are going to have local or online PvP, and I have to program the battle system around that. So we have 2 hours left, I think, on that Kickstarter campaign. But yeah, by the end of that, we'll know how I should proceed with the battle system. So these have intelligence, and so I haven't programmed it yet, but you will be able to issue commands, and you can tell your Goobuddies to use certain categories of moves. So the combat actions are in categories. You have offensive, defensive, there's strategic, and I need to double check on that what else is there. But your Goobuddies will use the category of move that you asked based on their intelligence. And certain moves, the really good moves, have a lower usage rate. So the more intelligent your Goobuddy is, the more likely it's going to use the very powerful moves. So the battle system is quite different from every other monster game that I've seen. And I really love monster games. My goal is to give you something totally different, right? I don't want to make the same kind of game. And if I let people just pick the moves, it doesn't really feel like you're dealing with a pet. I want these to feel like a pet. And the same thing with a dog. You can ask your dog to do something, right? And there's a pretty good chance that your dog might do the thing that you ask. But as soon as, you have other people and you say, oh, let me show you this trick my dog can do. And come on, do this. And your dog just won't do it for some reason. You're like, you normally do it. Come on, there's people watching. Do the trick. I want that feeling to be part of Goobuddies. So you ask your Goobuddies to use certain types of moves. The better their intelligence is, you raise your intelligence stat with training, the more likely they will use that move. So, you read a book. Just read a book, Where is it? Study. Intelligence plus, go to the right. If you use levikinesis, But you can see the buying here, so you have a quantity for your apparatus. You can see I have one of each training apparatus right now. If I try to use this one, it's going to say I don't own any. So we'll have to buy one first. But you see levikinesis raises that more. Now, if we look at our species on the stats, every Goobuddy has a different growth rate for their stats. I'll show you the Goobuddy data now. I'll show you what it looks like in development. So let's go to Gooblets, the starting one, right? We'll look at Raindish. Raindish is a very good one. He's not a toilet, right? He's a Raindish. So if you look at Gooblet's base stats here, we have, this is the youngest form. Here are the base stats here. And if we look at the growth rates, they're all 2, 2, 2, agility 5. I'm not sure. I need to double check that because I think something's wrong here. I don't think that's correct. I don't think it should be 50 and 5. So I don't know if something's gone wrong. So if we look at Melty, if we look at our, let's look at Table. Table, for example, right? So Table has I have some dev notes here. I usually leave my dev notes. Has very high defense and viscosity, low offense and intelligence, right? So that's Table. So Table's base health is 180. His defense is 100. So, obviously I'm looking at my dev notes here. Let's take a look at his viscosity, 180. Whew, that's pretty high base on that. And you take a look at his growth rate, 20 on the HP. Every time you train him, he'll gain 20 health. That's going to be a big, strong goo buddy. Defense, every time you train defense, that's going to be a +9. If you have a look at his intelligence, it's only +3 every time you train. So he gets a slower growth rate than the other goo buddies. Now let's take a look at someone else. Where do we have? Let's see here. Oh, that's in quadrupedal. Where's Melty? Melty. Let's take a look at Rain Dish. Oh, he has very low intelligence. Toilets are not that smart, are they? I do a multi. Double egg. Oh man, I love double egg. My notes on double egg are very high viscosity, intelligence, and health, low speed, and power. So double egg is not really meant to be, your big form of your basic physical attacks, but your viscosity. So you can use slime attacks, and they'll be stronger based on viscosity. So if you have a look at the growth rate for double egg here, holy shit, I forgot I did that. Every time you train him, he gets 30. That's crazy. Okay, that's a lot. That's a big growth rate. Of course, I'm going to be doing balancing as well. I have to play the game a ton. This is going to take hundreds of hours of testing. So I'm going to get people in, and the people that have contributed to the Kickstarter will be able to test as well. Let's see here. So stamina, that's a hidden stat that I'm not using right now. That's the case. I want to use this framework for a future game. Have a look at his viscosity. Grows by 7 each time you train him. Intelligence grows by 8 each time you train him. So that's my system for defining the growth rate for Goobuddies. Hey, Deathstill, how's it going? Unknown Sovereign, good to see you. Hey, how's it going? Glad I caught a live stream. Yeah, this is just the dev environment. Yeah, mirrors make me look bad. Which mirrors? Ginoze, what's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, in a little bit. So we're gonna do development with Goobuddies for a little bit, and then a little later in the stream, what we're going to do is we're going to take whatever you guys want in the chat, whatever your suggestions are. We're going to create a new enemy for the Sun Grand Virtual Studio, and he's going to be part of a new Buster Zone. The Buster Zones are the battle arenas in my interactive devlog where you try to get a high score. We'll boot that up later. So we're going to make a new monster. Whatever you guys in the chat, whatever you say should be part of that monster, I'll sculpt it. We'll make it an enemy, and then you'll be able to fight that monster. And you can tell people, hey, I helped design this monster. So that'll be live later today, and that's playable in the web browser. So you got Digimon worlding the Goobuddies, yeah. A real-time day-night cycle and night skybox would make the game look 100 times better. Yeah, I do want to implement the day-night cycle because I love day-night cycles. It's interesting to me because you get to see the environment of the games in more context, and it makes the worlds feel more lived in. So I will have the day-night cycle. It's not super important right now, so I haven't implemented it. In all honesty, it's not super hard to implement it, which is why I sort of just leave it for later. What's important right now is finishing all of the raising and training mechanics and programming the menus for people to interact with your Goobuddies. Let's see here. But I love a day-night cycle. Okay, so let's for everyone that hasn't seen it yet and just checking in, have you got Ride Goobuddies? There isn't a reason for Ride Goobuddies because this is a ranch game, right? But I have planned in the future, if this does well, if people really like Goobuddies, if they like the lore and the idea and the designs, if the game sells well, I want to do more because I've planned other genres. So I've planned it out ahead of time. One of the genres I want is open world exploration where traversal is a big part of it. and your Goobuddies will be a part of it. So I want you to play as a human character, and you're traveling with your Goobuddies, and at that point, your Goobuddies will contribute to traversal. So there will be ride Goobuddies if I'm able to do a future game. Right now, I want to focus on making this game as awesome as it can be, and if it does well, then we'll look into the future there. And I'll show you what happens if you don't set your physics simulation correctly. This is funny to me. I think this is funny looking up at the development of World of Goobuddies. This is what happens when you don't do physics simulation correctly. And I think I've left it here because it makes me laugh. So this is correct. This is what it should look like. So yeah, but I want it to be super satisfying. And this is Tri-Snake. This was one of the designs that got cut from the game originally. He's from the Serpent family line, and because we've reached funding on Kickstarter, I'm now able to do the Serpent family line, and also the Slime family line. This one was cut pretty late. I get to do weird stuff. I think Windows is doing stuff. My computer doesn't normally chug like this, so Windows is just screwing me over here. I have no control over Windows anymore. The people in charge don't actually care about making a good experience. They care about monetizing the operating system and selling it in pieces so that they get more money out of us. That kind of sucks. Oh well, that's corporate. See, there's the idea of we've reached Stack Fusion. The Kickstarter reached the goal for Stack Fusion, so there will be Goobuddies that can ride on other Goobuddies. That is something that I had thought about before. Let me grab my coffee here. And we're going to rig up some more Goobuddies now. We'll do that next, and then we'll start creating our new monster. This Goobuddy you can ride. Let me know if the music's ever too loud or too quiet. So yeah, there's certain Goobuddies. The Mantis, obviously, is ideal for ride Goobuddy. And Dragon is ideal for ride as well. This Goobuddy is called Tri-Stack, and I'd actually thought of... I created the design for Tri-Stack before I thought of Stack Fusion. So it's just a delightful coincidence that these guys can... What's 6? Is that 7? Pent is 5. Sept is 6, right? I have not had a lot of sleep. I've just been working on my games. So you can have a 6 times stack on your Goobuddies. And I just think something like this is just... It's great seeing hilarious byproducts of this, just how it is. Been great catching you live, man. Yeah, great to hang out, Gutterspawn. Keep an eye out. Your cameo will be playable in the next update as well. So there's a few people. I'm still working on it. A couple of you guys that are hanging out here at the channel, you guys have appeared in the virtual studio that's playable. I'll boot it up. I'll show you guys the virtual studio real quick. And some of you aren't cameoing in there right now, and you will be playable in upcoming updates. Guys, make sure to check out PVT's game, Samurai Stratagem. Looks so cool. Look, it's only a couple bucks. That's an easy pick. It looks like so much fun. I'm going to grab this later. I'm not going to click it now. I don't know if my credit card details or anything are going to pop up. I will grab this later today. This looks really cool. It looks fun. I like this. Let me boot it up. Oh, man. Now I'm thinking of the word samurai. Okay. I need to figure out how to make that go away. This thing. The way that... can you please show... Oh! Yeah. Okay. Gutterspawn, send me a DM on Discord. I have Discord open right now. Send me the DM with the link. Do I have to download anything, or can I play it in the web browser? So my computer's absolutely chugging right now. This is the virtual studio. Where's my computer? My computer's chugging right now. It's doing a lot. I have so many things open right now. I have my development environment running. I have OBS. This is the virtual studio. You can play this in the web browser. And there's a little bit of character customization. There's no save data right now, but I might add it in the future, but we'll see, There's some character customization. There's a couple new items right now. I need to replace the hat's so big. I need to tone that down. I need to replace the wreath because the wreath is it's causing the game to chug as well. I'm just gonna grab another character here. Yeah. I'll recruit you. So this is the new update. I'm working on another update. Some of you guys like here's so the people that hang out at the channel and comment often make cameos from time to time in here, and some of you will become playable. So you can take a look at the models of monsters from my game. I can share some behind-the-scenes stuff with you, and I can create high-score buster zones. This will run smoother for you if you're not currently running OBS and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, Google. Okay, yeah, I'll Google it. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Okay, so this is the first buster zone. I think some music's playing. We'll pause that. So there's seasonal items right now. So right now there's the snowflake, which stays in place. So you can use that to sort of space enemies out a little bit. And then you have candy cane, and you have, I think you have a default punch, right? Yeah, you can punch as well, but why use the punch? The punch lets you move pretty fast, you know? If you hold your attack button down, you can stay locked to one direction. You can recruit other characters, right? So it's about building a party, and then you open your ability menu. So it's about using your party members' abilities as well. So you have your abilities. I used my heal too late. So you can recruit characters from my other games, and it's about figuring out their move sets, how you can build a pretty good team, how do their abilities contribute to battle based on the synergy that they have with the other party members. Try to get a high score. I'm going to keep adding more buster zones, and then later in the stream, we'll all talk in the chat, we'll create a new monster, and we'll create a new buster zone. It'll have the new monster that we create here on live stream. So, yeah, try out the new seasonal weapons. This is playable right now. You guys can try this. I'm not trying, not even trying. I got 6 enemies defeated and 90. And I don't know why. Okay, so I need to figure out why that happened. That didn't happen in testing, so I'll have to fix that. So here's the thing, right? When you make a game, it works fine, and then once you put it in the web browser, stuff's just broken for some reason. So this didn't happen during testing. I was working until 2:30 the other night to roll this out, so this is something that I'll fix. This has only happened in the web browser, so I don't know why it did that. I don't know why it's done that, but that's supposed to go away. So I'll figure that out. I'll update that later today, so you can try that, or you can wait till we make our new monster, right, and update it. I'm going to decorate the place more as well, so we'll do that later. Yeah, we'll fix that. Okay, hold on. We're going to look at Gutter Spawn's game as well. Gutter Spawn. Wicked boy. Yeah. I'll put the link. Oh, see you, Alexander. Take care. Yeah, I love the aesthetic here. You've done such a great job, and of course, it's so challenging to work in an environment where you have such limited color palette, and this is the right way to do it. I've seen developers that do not understand pixel art, they don't understand tonality, they don't understand what looks good to our eyes, and so I've seen games that are an absolute nightmare mess when it comes to colors. You've done it right. The background here, you see your back wall, it's subdued, but there's enough detail. It tells us, oh, this is, like a brick tiling. This is like stone back there. It's a stone wall. And then I actually really like this. You've built this window here, and then you aren't beholden to that restricted, darker color tone because you're showing the outside world. So you've added really interesting visual dynamic here with the window. That's really well done, well considered. I really like that. I love... Does this parallax back there? Yeah, this looks fantastic. I like the wizard. I love the items. See, when I see this, I just want to play this and buy this stuff. Is this... It says it's currently unavailable for download. What's the deal? Or do you stream it, or do you... Hold on. Do you play this on PC? Oh yeah, sick music. Hold on, full screen it. Wall grabbing. Yep, nice, nice, nice. Ooh, yeah, I love the limited use of that red color. I know I mentioned it to you before, but it's so tasteful. That splash of red color, because it shows that you're not just doing like, oh, I want this to. Oh, hold on, the other trailer started for Samurai. It shows that you're not just making a Game Boy look-alike, right? You understand that you can use other colors in a tasteful way because it's so limited in the way that you use that extra color. It really stands out. It really adds interest, but it's still really faithful to that limited color palette because in the world of, say, for example, Game Boy Color, it would have been that limited. This kind of looks like it's a Game Boy game that they have a Game Boy Color mode to, and it's just enough to where it helps the viewer understand visually what's important, what they should pay attention to, what they're looking at. Really well done. I really like that. This looks really fantastic. A dragon! Alright. Dragon alert, everyone. We got a dragon. Wicked boy. Fantastic. Well done on that, man. We're about to get wicked. Well done. Oh! Are you kidding? Okay. Dude, your smoke effects are really fantastic here. Let me give this a solid look. So this color tone here, you see this light one, this is not part of the limited Game Boy Color palette, and the streaks that these guys are leaving behind are also, the streaks are not part of the limited color palette, and I really respect your decision here to just extend that color palette because you've done it in a way it's still limited and it still is playing within the rules of the limited color palette. I think other developers may have used a soft gradient and a blurring because I have seen that, and to me they break the rules too hard, and it kind of ruins the charm for me. What you've done here is you're still playing within the boundaries of the rules that are set for the visual aesthetic, and you've done it in a way that is very pleasant. It allows you to be more expressive visually. It allows you to convey something that's just more interesting and dynamic while not breaking the rules. You've pushed the rules, you've reached the very boundaries of the rules. I really like the dithering of the. It feels like there's light coming out of the cauldron. This is really fantastic. Well done, man. You should be very proud of this. So it's coming to Steam in 2026. Great work. Yeah, this is wicked. That looks absolutely sick. I like that a lot. Nicely done. Okay, let's go ahead and start rigging up a Goobuddy. I'm supposed to be working, but instead I'm just hanging out with you guys. So let's play Christmas music. What is it about nostalgic, slow piano music that makes me feel like I grew up in the Midwest? It makes me feel like, I grew up in Michigan or something, and oh man, I wish I could go home to my parents and go skating at that old skating rink where I used to. I wish I could walk by, you know, Mr. Mr. Smith used to have that coffee shop, the chocolate shop on the corner, and he'd serve us hot cocoa as we walked past. And, you know, 15 cents, we'd give Mr. Smith, you know, a nickel and a dime, and he'd give us a big bag of chocolates as we walk home from the skating rink. We'd have our ice skates on our shoulders as we're trying to get home, and it's windy, and there's a blizzard, and we're pushing against the snow, and if we can just get home, Mom's got like Campbell's chicken soup. I know by the time we get home. I listen to Christmas music, and I feel like then it's like, that never happened. Those are not memories that I have. Those are not feelings that I've ever had. That's never happened to me before. But I hear piano music, and it's like, dude, I feel like I've had this life. It's very good. If the next build is live soon, I recommend everyone give it a shot. Fantastic. Hey, Rocket's Pocket. How's it going? We're hanging out. We're talking about Christmas memories and Goobuddies, and yeah, people can share their games here. I'm happy to check out other people's work. It's great seeing what other people work on. this guy. We're gonna rig this guy because I love dangle buddies. So actually, the root of the rig is going to be up there. So he's gonna dangle his little arms. Let's just do it. Let's get into it. Stop talking about it and do it. This is Sky Shell. Let me know if the music is ever too quiet or too loud. So we're gonna rig Goobuddies. We're gonna hang out, and then later on in the stream, we're gonna create a new. Oh, let me know what you guys want, because a number of you guys will be playable in the next update for the virtual studio. Ginoze, can you remind me what weapon you wanted? You wanted a scythe, right? You wanted a big scythe? I'm gonna grab the one from Silver Falls 3 Down Stars. I'll let you use that scythe. Gutter Spawn, you're gonna have Pixel Blast for your special attack. Ginoze, what do you want? You want to be like a support with your special abilities? Every character, I've set a limit. It'll be 3 abilities. Every character will have 3 special skills. Okay, so this is Maya. I use Maya 2026. It's a very old version because I refuse to constantly pay for cloud software. That is a ripoff. That is an absolute legitimate scam. And um, I don't really know how to do memes. I'm not big into meme culture, but I feel like this is the situation where you put the video clip of the guy goes, "You can't keep getting away with it." That insert that when it comes to cloud software. Stuff that you used to be able to buy. You pay money, and now they're saying you can't just buy it. You have to keep buying it every single year. Also, it doesn't belong to you anymore. You have to go online and use the software that way. That's a scam, and I don't like it. Hell yeah, give me buff abilities. I'm an SMT junkie. Okay, you got it. You got it. Buff abilities it is. You know what I love is when you have a couple characters, just a handful of characters that can buff a stat. And on its own, it's not that big, but once you have 2 or 3 characters that can give you a +4 or +5 on attack, it's like, oh yeah, man, I'm about to mess up some dudes. Multi-buffing is where it is. Where you stack them up. I want to stack them up. Stat buffs, dude. Stacking stat buffs is so satisfying mechanically. Hey, Mousefun, good to see you. You were hanging out on the live stream. Yeah, Gina Zane is my all-star player. No one but he has unlocked all the heart doors and is my guiding star when it comes to this skill player thing. It's great to have people that can test that. I'm worried about my game, and I generally don't use the word worry, but I am worried that I might have made Hero of Destiny too hard, and I have to keep testing and refining it. Because the concept of Hero of Destiny, and the game's finished, I'm just fine-tuning and testing now. The concept is the main character, the Hero of Destiny, was killed by the final boss. And now you are playing as a bunch of NPCs that don't have any magic. You have to build a team out of these NPCs that these are not heroes and they shouldn't be out here. And they are out. They're absolutely out here. And they don't know anything about monsters. They don't know how to fight a final boss, but they don't want their town to be overrun with monsters. And so they're basically saying, yeah, look, someone's got to do something. All the heroes are dead now. We may as well try to do something about it. Okay, and there we go. There's a little tummy. These are joints. They're called joints. I call them bones because it makes more sense to call them bones. They should be called joints, though. Show joints. Let me just go ahead and grab all that. If you see me leaning, it's because one of my monitors is blocking my screen a little bit. And it's one of those monitors it's on a stand that's tightened down to the desk. So sometimes you'll see me do this, and I'm trying to see the end of my UI here. You should make a Goobuddy like the Eclor or Hanar in Mass Effect. I'm gonna have to look that up. Let's see what that is, and we're gonna hope it's not. We're gonna hope it is safe for work. This is bullcrap, right? I've never visited these websites. Why are they at the top of my list? Huh? I've never visited Temu. Actually, I've probably visited Temu a tons of times because the ads pop up on my phone and they put the fake close button. Have you guys had that problem? Ad pops up, you think, I'll close this. It's a fake close button. So now you've opened the app. You've opened the ad now, and now it thinks, oh, you're interested in Temu. Ah! I'm angry right now. Why are they doing that? Event. I've only played one Mass Effect. I've played it on the Wii U. Is it 3? Is that the one I played? Oh, this guy's fun. Oh, yeah, he's got a fun little face. I like this guy. What a fun little fella. Oh, yeah, that's like a prime. It's kind of a prime design for a type of Goobuddy. Oh, yeah, this guy. This is perfect for. Yeah, it's perfect to make a Goobuddy that kind of looks like that. Absolutely, because it's already got the sort of amorphous blob aspect to its main body. You use Brave browser, especially on cell phone. Oh, I have seen Brave browser. I think I've installed that on one of my devices. Um, I like using Ice Dragon browser. So let me explain to you why I like Ice Dragon browser. Okay, Ice Dragon browser sounds really cool. It's got an awesome name, and I like dragons. And that's why you should use Ice Dragon. Uh, because it has a cool name. That's it. That's the only reason. I have no other reason to use Ice Dragon. It sounds cool. And sometimes that's all you need. Okay. Yeah. Well, Komodo is great. It is a good browser. There's nothing wrong with it, you know? I'm just saying you should use it, and it has a cool name. Create joints. Okay. Oop. What's going on here? Something odd's happening. Create joints. I click on that. Okay, we'll view the top down. What I want to do now is create the ball socket joints. I do the left side first, and then after I name all of the joints, I mirror the joints. Okay, like this one. And it's absolutely vital that you name your joints. Otherwise, things get a little difficult to manage. Okay, so the neck. Oh. I want to branch out from there. And when I'm creating the joints, you know, this is something that you develop over time as you gain experience. You understand, you gain a deeper understanding of where placing the joints, how that's going to influence and affect the overall movement and dexterity of the character. How will it allow that 3D model to express a sense of movement? The first time you rig and do that, you don't really fully understand it. Like you can understand it, you know, by watching tutorials and reading about it. But the more that you do it, you gain a deeper understanding of that, and then that helps inform your decisions in terms of how many bones should I put in there, how should I space them out, you know, and I'm going to put more joints in here than it seems like I should, because I want his little feetsies to be super wibbly wobbly. The more wibbly wobbly his joints are, the more adorable it's going to be, and that's what we want for these little guys. Okay, now and this is one of the simpler designs as well, you know. So I just want to make sure that they start up here, because you can see and it's also important. You can turn on wireframe. Sometimes it's distracting and it's kind of harsh on the eyes, but there are moments where it's important to have that because it can help you. I'm going to line this up where I feel it's appropriate, and we're going to get these set up. I just want to play a little Christmas music again. I wonder if the Cuboid family needs a hypercube. Not sure if that's visibly appealing though. I'm not sure what a hypercube is. Sometimes I feel like Steve Rogers in the first Avengers, where he's like, I don't know what that is. What's a hypercube? Oh, oh, that is so cool. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That is doable. It is possible for me to do that, but yeah, I do understand your concern because Goobuddies, they visually cannot be too visually dense. I have to keep these designs. The visual density has to be quite low, otherwise they look messy. You know what I mean? And any sort of visual density they have comes from the goo dripping off of them. I feel that the core appeal of these designs is that they're not overly complicated. They're just interesting to look at in terms of their shapes, you know? So I'm going to try to keep this lined up as best I can. See, normally you would not put this many joints, this many bones into this appendage. You don't need this many. But my intention is to rig this up with physics animation. And I want it to be extra wobbly. Okay. Okay, but I will name these. On our last stream, I rigged up Kraken, and I didn't name all the joints because that would probably take me like 15, 20 minutes of very boring renaming all of the components, and it wouldn't be fun to watch. Whereas this one I'll come back and name them later because I don't want to bore you with naming stuff. I'll come back, but I do have to name the important stuff though. Okay? I will turn off. See how it was hard for me to see the joints inside with the wireframe on, so I've turned the wireframe off so now I can view my workspace better. I will name the important stuff. Oh no, I have to mirror. I'll just do it. It'll take a minute. We can just talk about whatever and hang out. Okay, root. So let's pick a theme for our upcoming. We're going to create a new monster on stream. Let's pick a theme. All right, let's just start chucking ideas out. What do you want the monster to look like? And then we're going to put all the ideas, just slap them together and build a new monster. What do you guys want? I did it wrong already. That's not the root. This is the root. From the hit film Cube 2 Hypercube. Is that a real movie? Cube 2 Hypercube. I have like a small panic attack every time I open this because I see that and I think there's a porn website on my web browser. It's like, no, that's not me who used my computer. I hate that. Can I remove this? Thank you. Yes. Be gone. Be gone. Okay, cool. I do use AliExpress. They got me. They sucked me in with their cool retro handheld electronics. I'm a sucker for AliExpress. They know my weak spot. I like cool electronics. Hypercube 2. Cube 2. Cube. I don't know how to spell. Oh, no. This doesn't look very... Uh-oh. Ah, what is that? What is that? Ooh, cool. That looks gross. It's like Christopher Eccleston looking guy over there. I might just draw some Goobuddy fan art. First up is the Hypercube being drew. Hey, that sounds cool, Alexander. That sounds fun. That's a Scarecrow? You know what? I really like Scarecrow horror movies. There's a really good Scarecrow movie that you can watch. I think it's called Night of the Scarecrow. It was made for TV. This movie is so good. You can watch this for free on YouTube, entirely for free. Right? Is this the one that I'm thinking of? I'm just going to make sure it is. We have to watch an ad first.
At Officeworks, we have low printer prices every day. Like this Epson EcoTank all-in-one printer for $295.
If I refresh, will the ad go away? Sick. It worked. Okay, hold on. Oh, this guy's just talking about it. Can you show the movie so I know if it's the right one? Just show a clip of the movie.
Piss on the thing. You're pissing on Leprechaun's corpse. You're pissing
No.
on Lionel's.
This is... I don't know what they're talking about. Great, my video just got restricted. Cool. This is not the movie that I'm thinking of. I'd have to... This is not the movie I'm thinking of, and I just... Now I'm age restricted because of that stupid clip. There's a really good movie. I'd have to look it up. I forgot the name. But it's... It was made for TV, and it's insanely good. And it's a Scarecrow movie. It's really good. Okay, I'm going to call this shoulder. Left. My eyes. Arm left one. Great. Great. You should know better than to open random YouTube videos like that if you're on stream. Or maybe you should, because it's funny. Okay. Hip. Left. Okay. Leg left. So if there's multiple legs or appendages, I use a mid suffix. I use A, B, C, D for multiple arms or legs. And then as you progress down the chain of the joints, you number it. And it's best practice. It's manageable, it's easy to understand. Okay. 3. There we go. And my spine actually extends downwards. This is not... That's a sentence I've never said before in my entire life, is my spine extends downwards. Have you guys ever said that out loud? Because I haven't. And I think I've unlocked an achievement for saying my spine extends downwards. I'm gonna make this one cute. I'm gonna call this his tummy. Oh, okay. Neck, face, and mouth. I want his snooter, right? So I want his snooter to animate, to physics animate, or physics simulate, which means that I need to separate his facial features from his snooter. If I don't do that, you know how here when I showed you this, when it's not set up correctly, the eyes were jumping off of the face. So I need to consider that and make sure that I separate his snooter from his facial features. Otherwise, they'll go crazy, which means I need to create a secondary joint here. Ooh, let me click on that. This is face. Oh, face. So yeah, let's start checking out ideas. What sort of base should our monster be? We're going to create a new monster in a little bit. So we're going to create a scarecrow. Is that why you said scarecrow? Yes, Chili, we're going to make a scarecrow, and then we'll start chucking out ideas. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. Thank you, Ginoze. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can always count on you. That movie is great, and the full movie is available for free on YouTube. I'm doing it. I'm going to take the risk. I'm taking another risk here, and I'm just opening up YouTube. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. I watched this for the first time. I'll learn how to type. One day I will learn. I'm getting there. We're all on the process of learning. You can watch this for free, full movie. Where is it, full movie? This is available. I think this is it, right? Yeah. This is a great movie. 1981? Dang! Oh, I didn't realize it was that old. This is a great movie for 81. Holy crap. This is a good movie. I'm gonna ad block that by just refreshing the page. I'm even gonna drop the link in here. I like this movie so much. If you guys just need a chill movie, a chill horror movie. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. I put the link in the description. This is the full movie. It's available. High quality. Look at that. Whew. I watched this for the first time for Halloween this year. It's one of my favorite horror movies now. I really like it. Osmosis Jones has some goopy slime-type designs. Oh, we should look at that. That movie, let's all guess in the chat. What year did Osmosis Jones come out? I'm going to say that feels like a 1996 movie. Yeah, I'm going to guess 1996. Before I look it up, I'm going to let everyone in the chat guess. What year did Osmosis Jones come out? We're going to look at those creature designs you're talking about. Okay, I'm going to wait a moment. We will look it up. I'm going to let you guys put it 2001? Whoa, what if I'm wrong? Whenever I see that, I love guessing where media, like what year, decade it comes from, and I like to see, if I'm having like a dinner party, I made it sound like I have like these big ballroom dinner parties with people. If I'm at like a dinner party and someone mentions a movie, we try to guess what year it's from. That's really fun to me. 2001, 2008? Oh, you know? Gino Zay knows. Okay, it looks like Gino Zay already knows. Okay. It is 2000. Wow! Wow. I thought it was a 95 movie. Dander the dog allergy. I'm taking a risk. I'm opening up this, and I'm going to hope that everything is safe for work. Here we go. Oh, man! That's a dog. Yeah, that's a very... that's very fitting as a Goobuddy. That's in line with the design philosophy of a Goobuddy. That's adorable. That's a doggo. What a fun movie. These people are all cells. It's fun guessing stuff like that. Okay, now I need back. So I know that there's components that need to be present programmatically because in the game engine, I attach components to the Goobuddy models. So this will be the tail. And I need something on the back. Back. Okay. Now, here's where the magic happens. Everything has been named. I'll save this as number 2, Skyshell S2. And what we do is we mirror this. We go to skeleton, we mirror the joints, and there's I've defined a little bit of automation here. Oops, I'll just show that to you. You can search for the text, the string of text left, replace it with right, and so that's why I put the words left in the name of the joints. Watch me read it. See, I always put that in there. So when I have shoulder left, it will automate that and replace left with right. Okay, cool. That's all we need to do. I'm going to make sure that this is ready. Clean that up, make sure nothing weird happens. We're going to name it properly. Skyshell. Okay, we click on the model itself. So right now, if I move any of these joints, you see that they don't do anything, right? So we click on the mesh, we click on the joints, we click skin, bind skin. And now, if we move any of the joints, you'll see that we can now animate our Goobuddy. And by moving the joints, by rotating or translating the joints, you see that we can move, but it's quite unpleasant there. You see that? So I need to just flood smoothing this. Now, you can go to, hit that, smooth skin weights, and then your computer will get stuck for half an hour. So I'm just going to manually just hit the flood button on that. Oop. Going to select that, smooth, hit the flood button, and you can see it smoothing out the influence that it has there. But here's the thing. The top, you see, that has way too much influence, which means I need to manually paint all the way around. I don't really want that top there to have that kind of influence. You can mirror your paint weights as well. So what I will do is I'll just paint that. See that? I don't want that bone to have that influence. So I'm going to flood that with 0 on spine 1. You see? So sometimes oftentimes you'll have to do more manual work. So there is a degree of automation when it comes to rigging, but you do still have to do significantly more work as well. So the computer will help you, the program helps you to some degree, but it doesn't do everything, and I feel that it shouldn't do everything for you. There has to be some degree of artistry, understanding, and control so that it is your abilities, it's your experience, your expression, it's your work and effort that is seen in the end product. This is jacked up. You see, that absolutely should not be like that. So automation helps, but you should not entirely rely 100% on automation. That is so jacked. Hey, Less Than Pie, good to see you. I didn't know you stream. I'm not really a streamer. I'm basically here just to hang out with people and have fun. So that's why I'm doing it. But we're hanging out. We're talking about the game. I think the Kickstarter campaign for Goobuddies is ending in an hour or so, I think. But you see, now that we've done the paint weights, we've sort of messed up a little bit. So, and Maya is weird. Maya will sort of jack things up a little bit for you. So what we'll have to do... Oh, I should have done this. Hold on. So yeah, we're just here to hang out and have fun. We're talking about movies. And in a little bit, we're going to start creating a new monster for my virtual studio. My virtual studio it's like a little playable, it's not really a full game, but it's something that you can play in your web browser, where I can share my projects with you, and we can sort of give you some behind-the-scenes looks at my games. We can just have some fun. I'll hit the smooth button, and hopefully it'll fix those jacked up parts. Okay, see, look at this. His tummy? Oh, that's spine 4. Spine 4 should not be influencing that. That's ridiculous. It shouldn't be like that. Tummy should only influence the tummy. This is paints, and it sucks when you have to do a ton of this, I'm just gonna flub that. When you have to do a ton of painting like this, it's soul crushing. It's genuinely soul crushing when you have to do a lot of this. So, sometimes the automated painting of the skin weights does a lot to help, and other times it's painting for hours and hours and hours to get the influence correct, or it's not correct. Like, there's no right or wrong. It's up to you as the artist to determine what looks right, and it can take hours. So with the Goobuddy designs, because they don't have to be something in real life, it's much more pleasant for me. Oh no, this didn't do a great job this time. See, get right. It shouldn't be influencing those. Okay, leg left. I'm just gonna hit the smooth button. We're gonna check the face and nose. We're gonna finish this up now. Okay, face, mouth. Okay, good. I just want that snooter to be able to be animated. The face is up there. Let me know if the music's ever too loud or anything like that. Okay. I'm not a stream watcher. I was watching a buddy stream and it kicked me over here. Awesome. I'm glad you're here. Unknown Servant, I haven't played a game like this since Pokemon Ruby, Red, or something. I'm excited for it. This is my favorite kind of game. Oh, man. It's just something about, like, having a bunch of monsters is the coolest thing, right? I think a lot of us, we like dinosaurs and all that. If I look at dinosaurs for too long, I'll end up spending the whole day researching dinosaurs that I've never heard of. And to me, this is because what's so cool about dinosaurs is they're kind of a myth. They don't exist anymore, and in our minds, we get to imagine it would be so awesome if they existed. This is what aggravates me about painting, right? Like, for some reason there's artifacting, you do your work, and all of a sudden Maya will just do that. And it's kind of, Maya, why did you add that there? Why did you do that? Okay, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna mirror the skin, mirror the paint skin weights here. Okay, we'll mirror that, and I'm just gonna flood smoothen the stuff. Let's see. Flood it. Luckily, I can use the down button, so I don't have to keep moving back and forth. This game is designed so that you can play it at your own pace. You're never forced to play the game. You play it at your own pace, and it just rewards you for spending time with it. The more that you play it, the more you get out of it. That's my favorite kind of game experience, where you're not forced to be there. And it's kind of why it's 100% why I really, really dislike mobile games, is they're manipulative, and they force you to waste your time, you know? Now it looks like a balloon turtle. That's his whole thing. See, Maya did this. Why did Maya do that? There should be nothing up there, and Maya decided, let's have the neck bone influence up there. So you can see that this normally isn't this aggravating, but sometimes, you know, work is work, is what I say. If something's your job, just do your job. And there's no point in complaining about oh crap, oops, I flooded that, you know. And I've sort of developed that pragmatic attitude of just do your job, you know. Nobody likes to hear you complain about your job. Unless you're sitting at the pub, you're at the saloon with a couple of buddies, it shouldn't do that. That shouldn't be like that. That 100% shouldn't do that. You know, don't complain. It's your job. I've sort of developed that attitude from spending time with a buddy of mine from Finland, and he's cool. One of my coolest friends. I think he's 80 this year, but he's just very pragmatic, you know, and I really like that. I like that pragmatic attitude. We've got to keep flooding it. Here we go. We're smoothing. This will be done in a second. We'll put him in the game, and then we'll see what he looks like. I want to be, let's see. Oh, when his... that's cool. For some reason, it sent you here. Well, I'm glad you're here. We're going to create a monster. You want to be part of that? We're adding a monster to my interactive devlog, and then you'll be able to fight that monster. It'll be playable in the web browser, and I'll roll out the update later today. But so how it works is people here at the channel that comment and hang out, sometimes you guys make cameos in my interactive devlog that's playable through the web browser, and some of you are going to start being playable. So the update I'm rolling out today, you guys will have your own weapons, you'll have your own abilities, and you can be part of the game. And we'll create monsters here regularly. And this is something that I've been working towards. I've really wanted to do an idea like this for a long time, where we just get to hang out, we get to make something for a game, you know. Let's see. So you want to be a game designer and run a studio like you do one day. By that, I mean wear a suit and tie. I'm just getting started. But any tips? I'd say keep your eye focused on your goal, what you want to accomplish, and what you want to achieve. Because it's going to be very hard, and there's going to be moments that are extremely disheartening. There's going to be moments, and it's not just related to wanting to run your own game studio. It's not just about following your dreams. Anything in life, there's going to be moments where things are extremely disheartening, where it feels like it's impossible, and it feels like, why should you keep going? This feels impossible. Keep your eye focused on your end goal. Think about what you want to achieve and what you want to do, and just find a way to be tough enough and to be strong enough to do it. Sometimes it's going to feel like you're punching an ocean, and it feels like the entire world is against you. You keep a smile on your face, and you work hard, and you keep working towards whatever it is you want to achieve. Focus on your end goal. And that's all that I can share with you. Actually, that's not all. I can share tons with you, but I think that's the most important thing that I can share with you. I think that's the most meaningful thing that I can share with you. And learn from the mistakes of others. There's going to be people that will share lots of information with you. I want to do that. I want to help people. I want to share information with people. Learn from other people what you can, but also learn from the mistakes of others. People are going to stumble as they make their way through life, and the best thing that you can do for yourself is to learn from the mistakes of others, see how other people have messed up on their path. So you see how I don't really like this bumpiness here, right? That's a little unpleasant. It's unsightly for a Goobuddy. So what we're going to do is manually calculate the normal here. I'm going to put that at 70. You see, smoothing out it a little bit. I might have to go back to that model afterwards and maybe do a little bit work on it. That's a little better, but I don't think adjusting that is going to change it any further. I think the rigging process sort of introduced some bumpiness to it. We're going to leave it like that. I think that's good enough. And I have a template I rig. We're going to borrow one from our little snake guy here. So Sky Shell. Let's just make it a little bigger. Does that make sense? Is that advice helpful to you? Yeah, and I think if you focus on what you want to do with your life, it makes it easier to, well, it makes it possible to get through the tough times. So when it comes to actual game development, now I will share advice with you that is just specifically for game development, is start small, create small projects that are specifically for you to learn. Before you can do, you have to learn. And I know that sucks because you won't be able to do. For a long time, doing won't really be possible. You have to learn before you can do. And the best way to learn is to find games that you like and reverse engineer them and try to recreate them in a development environment. Figure out how the developers made things possible. Oh my god, look how adorable that is. These guys, I make them, and I kind of just try to see how cute and adorable. Look at them! I like this guy. Yeah. That's helpful. I try to approach life that way too, but I was hoping for something a little more practical. Yeah, in terms of practical advice, start small. Don't try to learn a big game engine like Unity or Unreal. Use something like RPG Maker or Game Maker because they handle all of the heavy lifting for you. So start with a simpler game engine and try to recreate other projects. For example, recreating Pong, recreating Super Mario Bros. I strongly recommend making that part of your process when it comes to learning game development because it will allow you to understand the thought process behind taking an idea out of your mind and turning it into a functional product. That is the absolute most important thing you can do, is learning and developing the ability to take an idea out of your mind and turn it into a functional product. So reverse engineer small, simple games that have existed in the past, and then, say for example, you reverse engineer and you create something that's like Super Mario Bros., right? Side-scrolling, jumping. Then you start introducing your own ideas, and you can say, oh, what if I wanted Mario to have a gun? Let's make it to where Mario can have a gun. And then you can start introducing your own ideas, and you can iterate from there. You can expand, and you can explore the process of bringing your own ideas into reality, into existence. So that's my advice when it comes to game development. Does that help? Was that helpful? I hope that's practical. Okay. Don't try to create your dream project in the first 4 or 5 years of you learning game development. It'll be soul crushing when you realize you don't have what it takes to create your dream project. So do not create your dream project. Create a bunch of small stuff. And don't feel disheartened when your projects don't get finished. The important part is not finishing a project when you are early on, when you are learning game development. The important part is not finishing a project. The important part is learning and developing your skills and understanding. I'll say it again. The important part is not finishing a project. It's developing your skills and your understanding. That's what it's important. And when you create a project, whether or not you finish it, you will develop your skills and you will develop your understanding. That's what you should focus on. Now, on the end bones, I must define the end bones. Otherwise, the facial features will go crazy. You see on the, you know how I had that snake and its eyeballs were flying off its face? And I've created different joints for that because I want his snooter to be able to animate on its own. We also need the back to be defined as well, so I can have things like wings added to the back, and we also have the head, which will allow me to put mutations on the Goobuddy. This is I don't know sign language, so I know that this is not sign language for mutation. That's Goobuddy for mutation. That's what that is. Okay, let's go ahead and define our preset that we've put here. This is Goobuddy normal. Let's go ahead and see our call out a color. We'll change the color. Somebody in the chat call out a color, and we'll change the Goobuddy color for that. I just pledged chili. Hey, thank you so much. That's awesome. I hope it went through. This is my first time doing Kickstarter. That really means a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Uh-oh. There's something wrong here. This is too gooey. Oh, no. The more chains you have, the more chains that are in your Goobuddy, the more wobbly. And this is not good. Guys, this isn't good. Okay. I have different levels. Put Goobuddy hard. Purple. Oh, you know what? Kids or 16, we'll split it. We'll split it. Since we've called that both cyan and purple, we'll split it. Look at our buddy. This is our Goobuddy. I'm going to harden that just a little bit more. Okay? Okay. So, and we are supposed to do this because of the Kickstarter. We have a new feature, so I will implement that. So we're going to turn in purple and cyan. Here we go. Show joints. And I want to make a video. Someone asked a question, and I want to create a video to answer it specifically and directly. You know, and the person that commented said, you know, how do you stay motivated when it feels like everyone is so much better than you? They already know way more. You don't live someone else's life, and they don't live your life. So you shouldn't worry that someone else is already better than you at doing something else. So what? You know, Michael Jordan's always going to be better at me than basketball. So what? You know what? I don't live his life. He doesn't live mine. So I should just focus on living my life and making it the best life it could possibly be. That's what you should focus on. You know? Okay. Let's go ahead and update that. We have purple and cyan. Let's do. Okay. My light bulb just flickered. I think my light bulb's gonna. One of the light bulb in my office is gonna burn out here. Goo. Purple. Purple represents the poison element. My light bulb just burned out. Am I psychic or is my house haunted? Sound off. I'm gonna pretend to be a YouTuber here. Yo, sound off in the chat if you think my house is haunted. Or I'm psychic. It could be that. Well, we have light blue, but we also have the cursed light blue. This is the closest I have to cyan. It's the closest thing. So this is the ice element with the cursed version. Okay, and we have an animator where he floats. Well, I'll do that later. My favorite thing about you and your channel is the optimism. Hey, Jacob Jordan, thanks for coming to hang out. I really appreciate that. You know, I was making videos last year because people kept asking me to make videos, and you know, a number of the videos turned out, you know, pretty negative because I don't really understand YouTube, and I didn't really understand what I was doing, and then I figured out, oh, I'm making videos that just they make people feel crappy after watching it, and so now I have a little bit of a better understanding of YouTube. I still don't think I'm very good at it, but my understanding on it is that the end effect of whatever I do here on YouTube, I want people to feel better about their day. And if there's, you know, I had someone comment and they were mad. Oh, you deleted old videos. Ugh. It's my channel, dude. No offense, but it's my channel. And if I see that I have a video on my channel that doesn't bring something positive to other people, then I don't want it on my channel. So that's my reasoning is if I put something on the internet, I want it to help other people just feel a bit more positive about their day. Whether that means that I share life advice or whether I show people a slime monster that's really wobbly. If showing you this thing wobble makes you feel better about your day, then that's what I'm gonna do. So that's what I want my channel to be is look, let's hang out, let's just have a positive vibe. That's what I want. Is there a P.O. box or something where you can get fan mail? No, I don't have a P.O. box, and I don't want that kind of relationship. And I've explained this a couple times. I refuse to use the word fan, and I won't refer to people as fans, because if you do that, if you start calling people your fans, then what you are doing is you are setting yourself up to be an idol. You are telling people, worship me. You should worship me. You are my fan now, and I don't want that. I don't think of you guys as fans. I think of you guys as co-workers. I don't use the word friends. Some of you are friends because we have known each other for years now. Like there's those of you in the chat who have been chatting. You know, we're on Discord. You guys have been playing my games for years now. You've been supporting me. You've been cheering me on even when my games get roasted. Sometimes you get a game, you do a game, you put your heart and soul into it, and you'll get a review that absolutely roasts you. And it sucks. It's brutal when you put your heart and soul and thousands of hours of hard work into something that you think people are going to like, and a reviewer brutalizes you, and you can see their audience wants hate content. So this is a content creator that makes hate content for their audience, and they've just destroyed you. And it sucks. And there are those of you that have been cheering me on throughout all of that, and I genuinely really appreciate that. But in general, I don't use the word friend because I think that's manipulative. I have seen YouTube channels that say, hey, friends, you're my friend. Make sure to subscribe to my Patreon. That's so manipulative, you know, and I think it's really gross. So I think of you guys as co-workers because that is a respectful way to address you guys. It feels, you know, like that's the right thing to do. And we're on equal footing. We're on level terms here. We're all equal. I don't want to call people fans because it means, oh, I'm this thing that should be worshipped and other people should worship me. I'm never going to refer to anyone as fans. So you and I are co-workers. That's our relationship here, and that's what I want. I want us to be co-workers, just people, man. Yeah, you got it, kids, or you got it. That's what I want. I want us to feel. What I want this vibe to feel like is we've all just finished work, and then now we're sitting out. We're sitting down at the diner, or we've gone to the pub, and we're just having a beer, or we're eating unlimited pancakes, and we're just talking about stuff. And that's the vibe of Sungren. That's what I want Sungren to be. And that's why I'm making Sungren Virtual Studio. That's why I'm making it so you guys can appear in Sungren Virtual Studio. I want it to feel like we're just hanging out at a diner. And eventually I will add a diner. I want to add a campsite to Virtual Studio as well. What do you guys think of, okay, I don't want to make it sound like I'm shifting the blame, but Windows is doing stuff, right? Like Windows is always, because sometimes this runs fine. Windows is like, nah, man, let me use your resources though. It's done. Guys, check it out. Okay. Chili Carne, can I go from coworker to guy who catches the same bus? Yeah. yeah, we can do that. You can be guy who catches the same bus. Guys, what do you think of this? To me, right? Look at the gooiness of this. To me, this is so satisfying. You see the stretchiness of the material where the balloon attaches to the turtle? Oh, look at that. I agree so much about the fan thing. Absolutely. I don't want that. I don't want that. If you're here, I want you to know that we're equals. I'm not better than you. I'm not more important than you. What I'm doing here is I'm making a game because it's fun. It's what I want to do with my life. And you're here because you like games. So I'm going to make games for you. We're totally equal here. Can easily go to your head. Absolutely. You see the thing, you see a lot of people that start out with the best of intentions, right? And they start out grounded and level. You can watch people over time, and they relish in this sense of power. They go, yeah, you guys be my fans, send me things, send me money. And it's sad because you see that go to their heads and they start believing that they're better than that they're more important than other people. And it's so sad to see that, you know, it really bums me out to see people that started out just grounded and down to earth. You see people become like that. This is making me so happy. This is making me happy. I'm sorry. So the whole process, I'm sorry. The whole process of working on Goobuddies, the whole time is like this. It's, what can I do to make myself laugh? I'm sorry. You gotta bounce. Okay, it's good to see you. Chili, thanks for hanging out. Let's start sculpting the monster. I'm sorry you gotta miss out, but you know what, Chili? Next time. Jump in on the next time. But you did get to say Scarecrow. We're gonna start sculpting the new monster for the virtual studio here. You can next time we'll start it earlier. We'll start the sculpt early. This is so delightful to me. What genre of game will this be? This is a monster raising game. I'll show you a little bit of the game here. I'll run it, and we'll see if Windows wants to use up my resources and make it choppy. You start out with a blank egg, and you can raise a bunch of Goobuddies. I think you can raise 35 at a time. Let's see here. And because of the Kickstarter, I can make a free version of this game that runs in the web browser. It's going to take a little bit of time away from the retail version of the game, but there will be a free version of this game. There's no accounts, no monetization, no ads, so you guys can open this up in your web browser and you play it for free. I just want to make a cool game for you. I would love if I could just get games out to you for free all the time, but I have to balance that with selling my games. So that's why I do the homebrew games. That's why I give that stuff out for free. But now there will be 100%. It's a full version of the game. You guys can play it for free anytime. So yeah, you do training and you feed, you interact. It's a pet simulator, and then you engage in battles. So you can build a team of 5, or you can do solo runs if you want, and you take on a bunch of different missions. So every hour, day, and week, the missions are changed. So there's always different battles and challenges. And the battles are not button mashers. They're more like solving a strategic puzzle. The enemies have specific strengths and weaknesses, and they might have a gimmick that makes that battle just really weird. So it's about raising a bunch of different Goobuddies and solving a battle puzzle. Let's hatch an egg. Let's see what we get. Okay. And the game is chugging right now because Windows wants to use my resources somehow. Let's hatch it. See you, Chili. Does it have ground collision? What happens if the balloon turtle lands? Does it splat out? Oh, so the reason I'm able to have all of so much physics simulation, there's so much here. When Windows isn't being a little creep, when Windows isn't being just the worst, it's very performant. It runs well. But the reason why it runs well is that there are no colliders. If I had colliders for all of this stuff, it would have a significant performance cost. Okay, we got some frames back. Guys, we got our frames back. Now I can show you a bit more of the game. We got our frames. So say, for example, I'll train this guy, right? Gooblet is a brand new. He's a newborn. I'm just going to give him some food here. I don't know what the buttons are on the PS5 controller. Interact. I'll give him a spin. Spin it till you win it. And of course, I'm in the development environment, so normally these empty models, they're just sitting there. They wouldn't be in the way. This guy's in the way right now. Now I am adding a way to where you can force your Goobuddy to evolve faster. It lowers your relationship. It kind of makes your relationship, worse if you shake them, but you can do it to make them evolve faster. Guys, I know, right? I know we want to just make our dudes evolve and get to the next stage, I know. So I added a way to where you could do that, but you're going to have to make up for it, You're going to have to be a really good friend afterward. Let's spin him again. Woo! Oops. When they gain weight, they do get fatter as well. They get bigger. So if I gave this some debugging values right now. So if I feed this to him, he's going to gain a massive amount of weight, and then he'll get bigger. So I fed him that. Normally, he wouldn't gain, now he's 3,000 units. Normally, you don't gain weight that fast. But when you get older in life, you do gain weight a little faster. We're going to hatch this egg, and then I'll let it refresh, and then we'll see what happens. Ooh. I've got to go be a good father and husband. That's awesome. Okay. Join in the Discord. Awesome. Okay, we'll see you around Less Than Pi. Next time we do a stream, I'll start the monster sculpt earlier, and then you can help contribute to that. Take care. Have a great holiday season. Yeah. Okay. And now you can see. Let's take a look. Give him a little tickle. You can see he's huge now. So this is what happens when you take a look. So he's huge. That's heavy, right? So weight does affect some moves as well. There are some battle actions where the heavier you are, the stronger that move will be. Do you have any finished games out for sale? Yeah, on the Switch, I have Silver Falls Ghoul Busters. I think is probably the one that people like the best. That one's a side-scrolling platformer. There's also Silver Falls Gaiden. Guardians and Metal Exterminators. And Silver Falls Episode Prelude. And also, there's Clasher Ball. Clasher Ball is an action puzzle game. Clash of Ball's pretty fun. I really like Clash of Ball. I have a free version. If you do PS Vita Homebrew, you can play Clash of Ball for free. Oh, I have a demo for Clash of Ball on my itch. That's what you think. Windows Update is always watching. Real B2K, how's it going? I think you're right. I think sometimes it just lets me have frames to give me a false sense of security so it can mess with me. I think that's what Windows is doing. Yeah, I think if you go to the description of this video, you'll see the link to my itch. If you want to try Clash of Ball, I have a demo for that where you can play the first world, and then you can, if you want to buy the full game, that's available on Switch. So yeah, this is a monster raising game with 5v5 battles. And I've actually implemented requested features from people that are just hanging out here, and they say, hey, can you do this? And say, yeah, sure, we'll do that. You know, this split element feature, this came from supporters of the channel here that just want to hang out and throw out fun ideas. You know what I really like? What vibe I really like? I want it to feel like we're at an IHOP at 2 a.m. and we're eating, you know, bottomless pancakes, just drinking coffee, and then talking about cool game ideas. That's what I want it to feel like, so that when you guys throw out an idea, I want you to be able to contribute, you know, and add to something. So let's do that now. We're going to sculpt a new monster. Hey, Goalie Host, Jerrel, I left a comment on your video from a couple days ago, and you said you would make a video responding to it. Obviously, you have zero obligation to do so, but I appreciate it. You asked, you know, how you stay motivated when it feels like everyone's better than you, right? I have been getting ready to record that. I actually answered that a little bit just earlier in this video, but I've had Christmas stuff. Everyone's doing Christmas stuff right now. Otherwise, I would have recorded that by now. But I absolutely want to be able to offer helpful advice. That's the right one, right? But basically the answer, and I will still do the video on that. Basically, my advice on that is it feels like other people are better. They're so good at doing this, and you'll never be able to catch up. Those people are not living your life, and you are not living their life, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that other people are already better than you, and it doesn't matter that it feels like you're never going to be able to catch up. You're living your own life, and so you should focus on that. And when you see someone who's already way ahead of you when it comes to their journey, with their skills, with their understanding, I'll let you know how I feel about it. To me, that is extremely inspirational. When I see someone that's way better than me, it doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me feel awesome, because it shows me where I can go. If I keep putting in effort, if I put in the time and the dedication, I might be able to be as skilled as that person one day. I'll share with you a story. It's not a story, it's an anecdote. From 2003, I went to the Father's Day Bluegrass Festival in California in Grass Valley. And I had a couple instruments with me, and I was the worst person at this bluegrass festival. There were, you know, professional musicians there that had been playing for decades. They were brilliant. You had enthusiasts and hobbyists. And everywhere I went, I had a very deep understanding of how much better everyone was than me. They'd been playing for way longer, and I can tell that there were people there that naturally had way more natural talent than me. Everyone was better than me, and I was the absolute worst person at this bluegrass festival. And there wasn't a single moment where I felt bad about it. It made me feel incredible. I felt awesome, because I looked around and I saw, look at how brilliant these people are. These people have spent their lives working hard to become good at something. And they weren't just good, they were excellent. And when you are good at something, it is a reflection of your life, it's a reflection of your passion, your hard work, your dedication, your struggle, and your victories. And when I see that, when I see people good at something, I don't just see them good at something, I can see their entire life. They've spent their entire life being good at something. And that's so inspirational. And to me, it gives me a reason to want to try to do better. To me, it's like, I've got to work harder. I've got to spend more time on this. And when I was at that Bluegrass Festival, everyone was so welcoming to me. You know, I was there until I left at 3 a.m. Everyone else camped out, but I spent the entire day wandering around this Bluegrass Festival, and everyone said, hey man, what have you got? What do you play? Come over here, play, you know? And I had a cello banjo, I had a mando cello, I had a fiddle, and everyone was so welcoming. They said, come on, man. I said, I'm not very good. And they said, no, come on. play anyway, and we're in these big circles, and everyone's chatting and, you know, sharing a drink and sharing their food. We're sitting around a campfire. It's 2 a.m. We're out in the middle of the forest, and there's pine trees towering high above us, not a single city light inside, and it feels like we're out in the mountains, you know, out in the Wild West, out in the middle of nowhere, and we all share something. We share love and passion for something, and it makes me want to do better. And I can't forget the feeling of playing music in this circle, you know, and we're playing, you know, Will the Circle Be Unbroken? And I'm listening to everyone thinking, oh man, this is unforgettable. These people are so good at music. And they look at me and they go, it's my turn, and I think, I'm the worst one here, but I'm going to do my best anyway. I want to keep up. And I play it, and there's smiles on people's faces because they can tell that I'm trying, you know, and I want to do my best. And that to me is such a pivotal moment in my life, because I understood it doesn't matter if I'm the worst one. I can still keep growing. I can still keep improving. And those people give me something to strive for. They give me something to aim for. And so that's what I want to share with you in terms of advice. Is you shouldn't be discouraged from seeing people who are better than you. You should be encouraged, and you should feel inspired, because you can see what you can reach if you put in the time, the effort, and the dedication. So I hope that's helpful to you. I need to practice bass. I can't play at all, but I like playing with it. Bass is my weakest instrument, and I know that I have to dump some skill points into it. And I say that, but it's not a joke. You actually have skill points. When you perform rote tasks throughout your day, that is work. And when you do boring work, you do build up skill points. When you try to do something that is new and different and you have to form neural pathways for it, you are expending your skill points, and you can waste your skill points. If you spend all day scrolling through social media and just clicking and looking for stuff to watch, you're actually wasting your skill points. And so I need to make sure that when I have skill points available, do not waste it on stuff like scrolling through social media or YouTube. When you have skill points, spend it on something that's worth it. So I grab an instrument, or I try to find a new hobby, and I spend my skill points on that. Lately, I've been putting my skill points into playing fiddle, and I have some soundtracks that I'm working on coming up where I know that I have to play bass on these soundtracks, and I'm not good at the bass. So I have to spend my skill points on bass. And it's not my favorite instrument, you know. I'd rather spend my skill points on other things. Yeah. Understandable. But I will do that video still, goalie host, but I have been thinking about that. Yeah, that's me feeling lost in this world, you know. And it's normal to feel lost in the world, but something to keep in mind is you are not alone. There's people out there who know how you feel, who understand how you feel. They may not, you know, understand your exact circumstances fully, and it's impossible to really fully understand other people's circumstances, but there are still people who can understand you to some degree, and you are not alone. And I hope through this channel that I can help people understand that you're not alone. There's people who get you. There's something really special about video games and anime and comics and manga, is that even though we have never met, even though we probably never will meet, you know, it's unless we all end up at a Comic-Con or something, or one of those conventions that we bump into each other, because we all have similar interests, and it's because of those interests that we can understand each other to some degree. If I do a video where I need to just not be on screen for a little while, and if I do this, and I use instant transmission to leave the screen, and then I use that to come back, and other people will laugh, and they'll go, oh my god, I know what that is, that's instant transmission. We're able to understand each other, and it's because of media. Media is a way for us to connect and to share something, and we can make jokes, and you will understand what I'm talking about because of that. So that's one way. That is absolute, irrefutable evidence for you to know you're not alone. Even if it feels like you're lost in the world, we're all lost. We're all just going on our own journey. Sometimes we get to share that journey for a little while. We get to share the road. And I think that's really special. Yeah. Thanks for advice. I really do appreciate it. And it goes further than you know. I got to get going. Have a great day. Have a great holiday season. I'll see you. We'll catch you next time. You have to find a way to put as little pressure on yourself as possible. Stress is the number one killer. It's true. As the older you get, you're going to get more and more stress and more stuff put on you. And you've got to find a way to chillax. And I've got a saying, it's just pop a chillaxative, man. Let it all flow out the back. Do you have tricks for learning a new instrument? I do. The Zaza Z Number Massacre. My trick for learning a new instrument, and this goes back to what I was just talking about, this shared culture, I could make a joke. My trick for learning a new instrument is use the sharingan. If you don't have the sharingan, you've got to figure it out, man. But what I love doing is going to music sessions. I've joined heaps of different music clubs, music sessions, go to music festivals, go out. Music is meant to be shared. Music is a form of communication. It's a celebration of culture and history. Music's one of the most important things that we have as human beings. So go out, be with other people, share music with other people, and then you use the sharingan. Your future is music. So that's how I've gotten so proficient with my instruments. Is I use the sharingan. I watch people who are very good at music, and I learn their techniques. And so I open my thing, and I look at someone playing a song, and I use my sharingan, and, you're doing this, and, your future is the G chord. Next you're going to use the D chord. So I use the sharingan. That's my trick. But you can use the sharingan on YouTube videos as well. I know it's tough to go out, but it's much better if you go and share music with people in person because you make friends that way. And it's so enriching to spend time with people in real life and to share music with people in real life. And you do improve significantly. If you go to every week, there's seldom a week where I don't go out and do a music session because I want to spend time with people and we get to talk about music and you improve, For me, it's a matter of I want to be able to share good music with people, and so I want to be better. I want to play better. And that gives me, that's part of the motivation for improving as well. If you're sitting at home and only playing for yourself, you don't really have a reason to improve. And your brain understands that. Or just adopt the work ethic of Naruto, who from the weakest became Hokage. I don't like using the word obsessed because I think it sends the wrong message. But I was 100% obsessed with Naruto for a very long time. All throughout growing up, my adolescence, my early 20s. And of course I still really enjoy Naruto. I'm not obsessed with it anymore, but it's 100% one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. So I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with it anymore, but I would also still recommend that people learn and use the sharingan to improve in music. So that's where I'm at right now. Hey, Ginose, I really appreciate that. Thanks for that. Ginose, thank you for buying me a stuffed crust pepperoni pizza. Stop wasting your skill points. Yeah, learn, practice, create. It doesn't matter what. You have the ability to grow. And Ginose, really, that's it. I think a lot of people don't realize what they're capable of. And it's so disheartening to me to see people waste their skill points because I see it in real life and then I see it online. And I just want to encourage people, use your skill points, man. You've got skill points. Learn something. It's really satisfying to learn something. I mean, the weakest with innate inner power from birth that he manifested what he needed to. But yeah, and not all of us were born with a demon fox in our bellies, Bard maxing, hey, Whiskey Bay, nice. I like that. Okay, hey guys, we are going to start the sculpt on that new monster. We were going to start it earlier, but we're just kind of chillaxing, maxing out cool, and we're shooting some b-ball out by the school. When a couple of guys, they were up to no good, they started making trouble in the neighborhood. I mean, how long, you can keep going with that. Anyway, so what we're going to do now is we're going to sculpt a new enemy, and we're going to add this to the Sun Grand Virtual Studio. So Chili said it should be a Scarecrow. So we're going to start it with it being a Scarecrow, and then whatever you guys recommend, we're going to make it part of the monster. So I'm actually going to, I think I'll do the body part, and then I'll add different objects. What I'm going to do is I'll do like a long jumpsuit for the body, and then I'll create different objects for the head and the hands and the feet so it can look different here. I gotta hide this on screen. I don't want to put spoilers on the screen, so I'm hiding my directories here. Okay, and this is this Christmas. Scaremus Crow. Yes, this is going to be a Christmas. This is going to be a Christmas scarecrow. This is a Scaremus Crow. There we go. There we go. I just need to pick one thing at a time to focus on. Yeah, you can really accidentally focus on just too many things at a time, and it makes it hard to gain proficiency at something. Okay. There we go, stylus. So I have a couple different stylus here because you can change the tips on these to have different feelings. I'm using my Wacom. This is an Intuos 4. I have one tip that's just plastic, so you get a nice smooth movement on the surface. And then you can put one that's softer. It's like felt, you know. It wears out, but they're easy to replace. And that has a rougher, so it feels like you're on paper. If you're doing line work, it's important to have a tip that slows down the movement. So I generally use the felt tip for... It's not felt, you know. It's something like felt. I generally use that for line work, for hand-drawn art. Okay, there's our torso. Ooh, make sure we turn that on. All right, let me start making the body. Chili wanted this to be a scarecrow, so whatever you guys just start chucking out ideas. Whatever you want it to be, it's going to be. Okay, that is our torso. I don't like when the camera goes cattywampus. I got to figure out. You know, I'm still improving. Oops, symmetry. Yeah. Hold on. I had symmetry off and it's kind of jacked it up a little bit. We'll just fix it. Let's put on some Christmas. I'll put on some Christmas beats. Xmas beats. I recently turned 40 and I started learning to code even a few months ago. Starting DMing, dungeon mastering. Last year, never too late to learn. That sounds like so much fun. D&D is such an awesome way to just hang out with people, spend time with people. I really hope that our culture makes some movements towards more in-person interactions. So I'm all for it, you know. Scarecrow. I'm so glad Chili asked for a humanoid character because I can use an auto rigger for that. We're making a Scaremus Crow. Thanks for the motivation, guys. Yeah, I'm 30 and I feel like I have a lot left in me. Kidzor 16, you still have huge capacity to stockpile skill points and use them on stuff. You know, I'm in my late 30s and I just realized how old I am as of yesterday. And I said something yesterday that I didn't think I would ever say, and I could not believe I said it. Yesterday morning, when we were getting ready for my barbecue at my archery club, and I was doing the grilling, and my friend had brought over Quiche, an English gentleman. He's 87 this year, and we still go hiking. And he, brought a quiche over to my place. And I was telling people about the quiche, and I said, this is the best quiche I've ever had. And I thought about that statement, and I realized, oh no, only an old person would say something like that. I couldn't imagine being 28 and saying this is the best quiche I've ever had. But there I was, thinking about, this is the best quiche I've ever had. And I knew then that I was old. I mean, why would you even care? Why would you care about a quiche, right? That's the whole point. Like, who cares? It's a quiche. A quiche is the thing on the table when everyone else has already eaten all the good stuff. And then there's like a quiche left, and you're still hungry. And you go, well, shit, I'm going to eat a quiche now because all the good stuff's eaten already. All the good stuff's gone, I'll eat the quiche. And I had this quiche, and I thought, oh, man, I have got to have more of this. And now I'm old. For shame. You didn't compliment people's quiches in your 20s for shame? Nope, I didn't care. I only ever ate a quiche in my 20s if it was the only thing left on the table. I hate it when I talk about something I remember from 30 years ago. Oh, man, that feels gross, right? You're like, man, remember 30 years ago? Uh-oh. Remember 30 years ago. I want to give this guy some bell bottoms. The middle years feel the fastest. The second half of your life is focus time. Yeah. Zaza Z, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Real V2K, I started learning Korean when I was 30. Oh, nice. Yeah. How proficient would you say? And do you have people that you can practice Korean with? Because that's um uh too many cactus. 3138, I like that. I personally don't feel that there's enough cactus. So let's agree to disagree when it comes to cactus. Sometimes things are easier when you're 30. I started a 2-year chem degree at 32. I'm 34 now and got 3 classes left. Never would have had the discipline to do it when I was younger. Oh yeah, I absolutely hear you. My father figure always told me that, oh, you don't have a brain till you're 28. I made it till about 30, and I said to him, I I I still don't have a brain. You said I was going to have one by 28. I still don't have one. Mousefan, the regret of not starting things sooner eats me up, but I try to keep the mindset that the second best time to start is now. Yeah, well said, Mousefan. I I 100% absolutely agree with you on that, which is why I make it a point to try so many different interests and hobbies. If something interests me even a little bit, like marginally, I'm going to try it. I want to try as many different hobbies as possible. I want to learn as much stuff as possible because it's cool. Because doing stuff is cool. And so, yeah, if there's like a power tool that I don't have, that I think, oh man, I'd really like to learn how to do that. I I've been saying this for 2 years now, but welding is on my list. I haven't had time yet, but I do want to learn welding, and I need to find someone to talk me through it, and to share, real genuine advice. I think it's like cave diving. Maybe you should learn from other people a bit more before you start doing cave diving. But welding, man, it'd be really practical, really useful. Have you tried Godot? Uh, I've tried a little bit of Godot, but I haven't sat down to really focus on learning it and using it. I'm not sure if I will at some point because I'm so busy with my projects. I'm at a point where I need to just make sure that I'm launching the games that I'm working on. At some point, I do want to look at Godot because I want to be able to advise and help people learn it. We're going for the tea. I can't order all the foods I like, but I can avoid ordering all the foods I don't like. Primary goal achieved. Ooh, well, yeah, that's glass. That's glass really full right there. That glass is fully full. Okay, let's see. What do you guys? What sort of feet and what sort of hands do you want on our scarecrow? And if you guys want to add something, just say it. If you want wings, a tail, if you want to, I don't know, whatever you want. If you want antlers on this bad boy, just say it. We're gonna put it in. You guys say what sort of hands and feet, what sort of extra stuff you should have. I really want to get into soldering. I'm bad. I'm so bad at soldering. I have to do it because I want to do repairs on small electronics. Yeah, I've ruined some things. I am trying to improve on that, but that's something I'm bad at, and it's something that I will spend some skill points. I will. I will. Okay. Let me know if the music level is okay, if the volume is all right. Machine Gun, hey, how's it going? Um, I really wanted to back the game at the young end tier, but 32 Oz is salty here in Brazil, and I am both broken, unemployed, so that stuff. Hey, I really appreciate you being interested in the game. Anyway, you can share the game, you can share the campaign with other people. I really appreciate hearing from you, and that's what's important to me. It's the least my least favorite part about making games is having to charge people money for it. I really want to just make games, but I have to find a way to earn money with my games, otherwise I can't keep making them. So that's something that I'm trying to improve on, and I need to get better at that. I need to get better at monetizing my games, but I don't want to compromise my beliefs, and that's why my primary goal was, look, I really want to be able to spend time to make a free version of the game. I want to have the web browser version so people can just enjoy the game. And there's nothing, no ads, because anything that's free these days, you're being taken advantage of. That's just how it is. Some crappy CEO's like, yeah, we'll give this free, but we're going to steal people's information and sell it, You have to have an account. You have to do this. You're stealing people's time. And I don't like that at all. So I want to make a free version of Goobuddies. And it's just, there's no corporate side to it. It's just fun. You graduated high school 22 years ago. Oh man, that's a while ago. We don't have to think about those sort of things. Hi, what about goo? Santa Claus holding a goo bag. Ooh. Okay, so this is going to be a scarecrow. You want it to be a Santa Claus. We'll give him a Santa hat and goo claws. Nice, I like that. So this scarecrow has goo claws. If you are good at something, never do it for free. Joker. I recently saw the story where Joker was, like, the whole world gets reversed and everyone goes insane, but then Joker's the good one. I like stories like that. I think that's really, really interesting concepts to explore. And you shouldn't, and I've been in different work environments where it's very high skill level, high professionalism, and these people, they're hard hitters. These are big ballers, and they've been working in a professional world at industry level for years and years and years. And it's like, sure, I can function around these people, but this is not my kind of people. Like, there's certain kinds of people I don't like being around that are, they're sort of, I'm so good, look at me, and I'm better than other people, and I'm so good, it's like, this is not my vibe, I want to be a professional, I want to be able to work in interesting and challenging environments, but I don't think that's my people. I think it's fine. So this is going to be kind of a scarecrow, right? So this is like a jumpsuit, but it's going to be a skin-tight jumpsuit. He's going to have goo claws from Rafael Ramirez. Requested the goo claws and a Santa hat. I can't right now, but I'll look forward to the future. Yeah. Or it's just for dramatic effect. I like the stories where, like the Riddler. The Riddler was good for a while and joined Batman for solving puzzles, right? Like, those are the kind of stories I think are most interesting because we already know what to expect from those characters. Like we know that the Joker is this way. We know that the Riddler is that way. And then there's a story where we, whether it's about redemption or we get to learn something more about that character. I think that's interesting. I like that kind of stuff. I like a change of heart sort of story. Okay, so I'm gonna sort of flare out the sleeves. Okay. What else should we put on this bad boy? We're also gonna develop his moveset as well. Oh, that's on a different computer. I have a different computer where I develop here. I'll have to work that out. I hadn't even thought about that. I'll have to set that up so we can actually program a virtual studio here. We can create the movesets, create the new weapons. What sort of weapon should this guy have? Should he have any weapon or projectile or anything? Gotta bounce. We'll be watching Avatar: The Last Airbender with my sister, episode 4. Nice. Enjoy. Take care. It's awesome that you get to hang out with your family. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, Machine Gun. We'll see you. Okay, now we hold the Alt button, and the Alt key. The Alt key reverses the effect of the tool. So instead of, creating, for adding, it sort of subtracts mass a little bit. And that'll make space for the hand. Okay, the handle. I'm such a huge JoJo's fan. JoJo's for me. Something about the way that they shout their attacks, I really like that. The handle. Okay, here we go. That's his sleeve. Now I'm gonna make it so it's more like flared out. And we're gonna have goo claws coming out of there. At the sleeve. That's a flared out sleeve if I've ever seen one. Chicken feet. Okay, we got it. We're gonna give them chicken feet. Okay, we got sleeves. They're flared out. And now we'll start creating the blue claws. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new sphere. If you guys want to do sculpting, you can use this program. It's free. This is quite... Oh, crap. I clicked the wrong thing. I gotta open it again. Oh, hold on. Let me find it. Oh. What? I'm trying to open it. Where did it go? Where's my file? Scare must crow. You see? Hold on. We gotta go this thing. You can download this for free and use it for free. This is Sculptress. It's quite an old program. It's made from the people that do ZBrush, but I find that it's just right for me. So I am not a specialist when it comes to 3D sculpting. So my ability to sculpt is still needs a lot of work. I still need to keep improving and growing when it comes to sculpting. And if I use a more modern program, the more modern programs will keep doing more for you, and I don't want to use a program that does too much for me. This program does just enough to help. It is able to produce production-ready visual assets, but it gives me the opportunity to keep growing and learning when it comes to 3D modeling. So I'm going to keep using this program, and I can recommend it to people. It's free to use. It's no longer supported because it's an older, outdated program, but it's an excellent program. So if you want to try sculpting and learn sculpting, this is an excellent place to start. So these are the goo hands that Raphael wanted. Okay. Yeah, he's going to have claws. Alright, I didn't hear it mentioned, but I want him to have teeth. Okay, poorly maintained human teeth. That's no good. We're doing it. We're going to give him poorly maintained human teeth. Let's go ahead and put some fingies on this bad boy. Oh, I almost made the mistake. So when you're T-posing, your palms need to be facing down. I almost made that mistake. Let's go ahead and fix that. The auto rigger expects it to be face down. So if you want to learn sculpting, I strongly recommend this program. It's very good. Sculptress. Put some fingies, long, long fingies on this bad boy. But these are goo fingers as well. Let's see. How many fingies do you want on this guy? I'll just sit and wait. You guys tell me how many fingies you want on him. Right. Oh, his gross goo hands. That's a big hand. Well, what software is this? Hey, Hex, how's it going? This is Sculptress. You can download this and you can use it for free. I strongly recommend it. It's an excellent program. It's old and outdated, no longer supported, but it's a great program because it doesn't get in your way. It doesn't do too much for you. So if you need to learn, if you need to develop your skills, this is an excellent program. It's what I use for Goobuddies. Yeah, 3 fingers and a thumb. Okay, 3 fingers and a thumb. 3 men and a baby. I'm gonna just change it so we have just the Christmas music, so we got the Christmas vibe going. Okay, I'm just gonna open there's a YouTube video here, I think. There, let's put that on. And let me know if the music is ever too loud at any point or whatever. Now we want them bulbous at the tips of the fingers, so it's real clear that it's goo. Let's go ahead and soften this. You got the inflate tool here. And again, this is free to use. Anyone can use sculptures. Oh, gross. Wait, should we give this guy claws at the ends of his fingers? What do you guys want? Tell me what you want. I don't know if we should... let me open the chat. My gut says 7? Okay. Well, that's a real shame. He's going to have more fingers than... Your gut says 7, huh? There's an extinct line of early amphibians that had 7 toes. Everybody wants 7 fingers! Survey says 7 fingers. Okay. You know what? I think we're going to koala it, and we're going to give him 2 thumbs. That'll make it easier to fit. That's a spam call. I'm getting spammed. Okay. Spam, here we go. Oh man, I'm trying to fit this in. We got to make some room. 7 fingers. Survey says 7 fingers. Okay, but we've got to make him look like fingers still. We'll do. I'll fix the sleeve. I'll fix it. I'll fix that in a minute. Hold on, I'm going to look for another video. I thought I had queued up a video where it was just like the piano, the slow piano music. Let me go ahead and just track that down. Oh, here's a lady playing Christmas music. I'm gonna find that. Let me go to my history here. I think this one's a pretty good one. Okay. Oh, no! Oh, well, I got to bring the chat back up. 4 koala thumbs. We're thumbing it. We got to have a cursed finger coming out from down here. Hold on. So let's go ahead and bring that down. What you guys want? What you get? Oh, yuck. Yeah, there's something wrong. This doesn't look right. This is what you wanted. Okay. We'll make it work. This will work. This will make sense. It'll make sense after the edit. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're there. We are there. We just got to make it kind of at least look reasonable. Okay. Madukan style. Yeah, Abe's Odyssey reference. I was all about Abe's Odyssey. I had that on PlayStation. I remember that was one of the first PlayStation games I remember playing along with Final Fantasy VII and Resident Evil. Okay. That's inflate. Let's just go ahead and give it some shape here so it feels like it should be a finger, something like that. So this feels like it should be a finger. All of the bones, if you look at your phalanges, your metacarpals, they all kind of originate from this one point here. So they radiate outwards. Your bones don't go straight down like that. They go like that. Ask Wolverine. He knows all about it. So I'm trying to make it look like the bones are coming off that spot, But there's not meant to be bones in here. These are goo hands. Yep. We'll just adjust the placement and proportions so they kind of make sense a little. That's a hand. That's a lot of thumbs. Do you know the saying, I'm all thumbs? That's a saying, right? Like you're clumsy, like you're all thumbs. This guy's all thumbs. And he's not even messing around. Okay, so you want it to look like it makes sense. You know, it doesn't matter if it does make sense or not. That doesn't matter. What matters is that it looks like it could make sense. And then we'll optimize and reduce the polycount later. We're there. Very creative and clearly not cursed. Happy to do a head count on the fingers. 7 fingers like straw goo could be cool. Ooh, straw goo. I'm not. Ooh, let's think about that. Let's see how it'll work. Let's put the chicken feet. We had a request for chicken feet. Gino Zane wants teeth on the face. So let's go ahead and flare. Oh, wait, hold on. We'll fix the sleeve first. You gotta have custom shirts, custom long sleeves for this guy because this is not a normal band. Yeah. This is a special friend, I'll say that. Oof. Big sleeves. You know what they say about a scarecrow with big thumbs? I don't know what that means. You know what they say about a scarecrow with 3 thumbs? They say that he's got chicken feet. We're doing the chicken feet now. Alright. Let's go ahead and flare out the bottom of the pants. Okay. Yeah, he's got like real skinny legs. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to grab, and we're going to move that up into the leg shaft. Man, that 7th finger is cracking me up. This is your guys's. This is your baby. 7th finger is that's where the curse starts. Okay. We're gonna rig this guy up, and I'm working on the update for Virtual Studio, so you will be able to fight this enemy. Oh, you know what'd be so funny? I could make him recruitable. Like I just thought about this now. We can create new playable characters here on stream. Then whatever characters you guys want to exist in the world of Virtual Studio will exist, and then you can recruit him as well. Do you guys want this to be just an enemy, or do you want one of them to be recruitable as well? Is the music level all right? Would you mind letting me know if music is okay? We're going like this guy just came from the disco. Like there's nothing in there, right? Because he's a scarecrow. So this is the jumpsuit. Those are long legs though. The legs are too long. We do gotta dial it back a little bit. And we're gonna do chicken feet. He can play guitar like nobody's business. We're giving him a guitar. Put it on the list. Can you guys remind me? Make sure I don't forget this guy's gotta have a guitar. Because of the thumbs and the fingers. Jerrel taking no responsibility for his child. I don't know, man. I don't even remember it. We're giving him chicken feet. Let's do it. All right. Hold on. Add the object. Oops, that's fine. We'll just move it. Global. And scale it. Okay. Chicken feet, here we go. Music is gold. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Mr. Crowley. Ooh. You know what'd be funny? He's got bell bottoms, but like, what if they were high water bell bottoms? Oh! Am I the first person to use the term high water in the last 20 years? Is that what just happened? I don't think people use the term high water anymore. I think that's for very old people to use. Let's make. He's got to have real skinny legs, of course, because he's a scarecrow. Yeah, that'll hold open court. Your Honor, I don't even remember that. I don't even remember that. Your Honor. Last thing I remember, down in a 2-liter of Baja Blast Mountain Dew. Actually, can you get Baja Blast in a 2-liter, or do you only get it at Taco Bell? Chicken feet. Okay. High water chicken. The American South still very much uses high waters. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going chicken feet. Well, this guy's got bell-bottom high waters. That's how it is. Chinose wants human teeth. Alexander said he wants guitar. I'm going to give him a guitar, but that'll be in engine. Make sure I don't forget. And what else should he have? Like his chest or his hips or his back area? Should we give him anything to sort of make him look a little more interesting? I think this is what chicken. I don't like looking at chicken feet. I think they're kind of gross. There's a third thing here, right? All right, internet, just tell me what a chicken foot looks like. Just tell me. No. Just let me know what chicken feet. I don't want the cooked stuff. I don't want that. I've had it before. I don't want it. Okay, it's got to be like a this and then a vat thing out the back. There we go. I got it. We can do that. 3 front, 1 in back. Hey, Elenon, good to see you. I grew up around chickens. I did this wrong. One's supposed to be centralized. But I don't necessarily want chickens. The smell. I have some negative. I have some negative experience with chickens, so I don't necessarily want them around. Okay. This is cursed. What we're looking at right now is so cursed right now. This is... Oh man. That's cursed. Okay. We're fixing it. Oh man, if they curled up like that, that's just gross. I would apologize, but that would require taking responsibility for what I've done. I think this whole... what we're doing right now is an exercise of let's do something terrible and not... And what can we do to avoid taking responsibility for it? Because that's what I feel like is happening. We're going to... Okay, what do we want for the tips of the toes? Do you guys want it pointy, or do you want it thick and fat for the tips of the toes? You asked for this. Oh. I have almost 50 chickens currently, and 5 ducks, 3 rabbits, and 5 goats. Nice. I want ducks, man. Ducks are a cool animal. I don't think I could have them where I live. I think maybe I should get some property out in the country before I have ducks. No points. Thick and gooey like frog toes. All right, you got it. Spazzy Phantasm in with the save here. We're going to have big... I like this. These are big, chunky chicken frog feet. Chicken feet, frog toes. You want them big and thick? That's how we roll. Oh, gross. I should add extra bones, maybe have that physics animated. Well, on the back one has to have a big round knob at the end, too. Oh, God, that looks wrong. It looks like it shouldn't be that way. We're going to start on the face, and that's where we're going to make this boy real handsome. We'll go make him real pretty. Okay. You wanted this. Perfect, they can jiggle now. We'll put some physics simulation on this bad boy and make him jiggle. I'm going to start reducing the poly count a bit just so we don't crash. My computer's doing a lot of work right now. Yeah, nice thick toes. Chicken feet, thick toes. Oh, what a nice abomination. This is nice. I'm going to reduce the poly count on the wonderful... You guys wanted this. This is what you want. This is how we're spending Christmas, ho. We're making an abomination for a video game. Okay. I'll just fix up the poly count. I know the sleeve has polygons in there, but I can't reach them now. They're unreachable. Okay. Just want to stop this from crashing, so we're knocking down the poly count a bit. Papa always said when I need to reduce my poly count, take polygons off your ass. That's what Papa always said, so I take them off my ass. He said the camera don't never see around your asshole anyway. No, really, it depends on the game. Most of my games, the enemies turn to face you anyway, so when I need to reduce the poly count, I take the poly count down around the butt area. Okay, I want to make the collar first. My birthday is tomorrow. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday! You frog-toed, chicken-footed, slimy so-and-so. That feels like it's a very good insult, too. I want like a collar on this fella, you know? I wanted to make sure that the head is a separate piece. Of course, we're going to texture it as well here. We'll just paint it with whatever I have in my library is what we're going to paint it with. Or I don't know. I could load stuff in, I guess. We could do whatever we want, guys. It's our thing that we're not taking responsibility for. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna sharpen I'm gonna try and pinch those so it feels like it's cloth to some degree. Okay, here we go. We'll save our progress. We're gonna use a crease tool here. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That's good. And a pinch on the edges. So we're pinching along the edges. You see it's adding a harshness to the edge. So it looks less fleshy now. There's a harshness to it. And what I will do, I think I'll use the inflate tool. And again, when you're using this, when you hold the Alt key, the Alt does the opposite of what the tool, what the default function of the tool is. Actually, I'll use the Draw tool. And that's probably closer to what I want. See now, there's a thinness and a harshness to the collar, so it doesn't look like it's, you know, a fleshy mass. Maybe you want it to look like a fleshy mass, because it would be gross. Okay, here we go. If you're just joining the stream, welcome. What we're doing is we're hanging out, and everyone's just throwing out ideas in. We're making a new enemy for my playable virtual studio, so this will be an enemy that you can fight. Do you guys want a playable version of this? Do you want one of these to be recruitable so you can have it as a part of it? Let me know. Okay, I'm going to start reducing and optimizing that. We're going to put the head on this bad boy. Junze wants teeth. Next video. I did not make this, fans. Absolutely not taking responsibility for this. No, no, no. I'll just put a black... I'll redact it, and I'll just put a black censor over everything. It'll be fine. Okay. So basically, oh. What is Virtual Studio Project? Oh, Virtual Studio is an interactive devlog. You can play it in your browser. You get to explore a virtual version of my studio. I can share behind-the-scenes stuff about my games, and I can show like, secrets that went into making the games. I can share my upcoming projects with you, and you can also play some Buster zones. They're high-score-based battle zones, and I'm constantly updating and adding stuff to that. I just issued an update last night, but there's a weird glitch that I have to figure out that's going on with the web browser, but we'll fix that later today. All right, let's get ahead on this bad boy. And with the virtual studio, you guys can appear. You guys have been making cameos in there. I also added cameos from other characters from other properties like anime and video games. You can, right now, I think there's Sonic the Hedgehog and Jetpack from Skylanders. I'm going to add another cameo. You guys are going to start being playable in the virtual studio as well. So if you have any requests, just let me know in terms of any weapons that you want or any special skills. Head shape. What head shape do you want for this bad boy? Froggish, oh, Froggish Elenon. Froggish face with the chicken comb on top. Yes, okay, you got it. Elenon wants a froggish face. Hold on. That seems better. Okay. Okay, hold on. Something's going on here. Okay, something's. I think I've got I clicked on a key, something that's messed up. We're just going to close it and open it again. But he needs teeth. Jinose said he's going to have teeth. This guy's so oddly unique and mildly disturbing. He just looks like he has a story behind him. There is. The story is... you guys made him. No, I don't want to import it. I want to open. This is what happens when you just have people sitting around and they just make a monster. Okay. What's going on here? Someone grab that. What's going on? I need to figure out what's... I've clicked a button and it's messed something up. What if I start pushing... There we go. No, that's wireframe mode. I pushed a button, I don't know what I pushed, but now it's all sorts of jacked up. Let me see here. Now what in tarnation's going on here? Guys, we've pushed a hotkey. Something's gone wrong. What is this? What's GOZ do? Whoop. Okay. We got to figure out what went wrong. It's time for learning. Today we're going to learn. So I pushed a key. It's enabled a hotkey option, and now it's jacked up. What's lazy? What is that? No. Guys, Process of elimination. Time to learn. We're going to push every single key on the keyboard and see what it does. Q, W, E, R, T, Y. U, I, O, P, A, S, D, F, G, H, J, K, L. Let me just... Hold on. It's betrayed me. This has never happened before. I swear this has never happened to me before. Okay. What letter were we on? H, J, K, apostrophe, colon, backspace. Oh, Z is useful. Okay, I like that. X, I need that. Oh, that sort of freezes it. Guys, I don't know what's going on here. Whoa, what was that? Tab. Tab's useful. We learned something today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa, what was that? We learned something today. This is what I mean when I say that I don't want a program that does too much for me, because stuff like this happens. This is why I don't want to use a way more advanced program, because I'm still learning sculpting. And this shit has gone crazy. Let's reopen it. It's going wild, and we might be stuck like this. He might be stuck with a giant thing on his head. F around and find out. Yeah, I almost suggested a frog face. Hadn't thought of the chicken comb. I was about to suggest a droopy pumpkin since he's at least a scarecrow. I think we can give him a scarecrow texture. Frog shape, chicken comb. Don't worry, guys. We will figure it out. We'll figure it out. What if we add object? Okay. So now we have a new project. And I can now select things differently. This is how we're going to have to do it. But he's so small, though. See, now we can... We basically have a blank canvas, but what we have to do is re-import it, but now make it bigger, because that was way too small. Hold on. We have our baseline here. Let's just start fresh. We're starting fresh. New scene. Okay. We don't want to import, we want to open. Okay, we can solve it. We're just gonna open Scarecrow again. What we're gonna do is add the object. Okay, hold on, we gotta select our chicken feed as well. Let me touch your feet. I'm Quentin Tarantino. Let me touch that. Did I do an internet reference correctly? Guys, can you let me know if did I reference Quentin Tarantino correctly? Okay. We fixed it. We fixed it. Scale that down. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yes, this is starting to look like a real friend now. I just broke the Kickstarter. Sorry about that. What do you mean? I haven't looked at it in a little bit. I really appreciate all your support, guys. It's been so awesome. I don't know. It's just I honestly didn't know what was going to happen with the Kickstarter because I'm kind of bad at. And I am very much aware. Oh shit! Whoa! 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 We have 85 seconds to go. Oh whoa! I think we'll be able to implement PvP. Oh, this is crazy. Whoa, you guys. Holy crap. That's really awesome. I didn't know what was going to happen with that. Well, 63 seconds to go. Well, this is crazy. I guess we'll count down here. We'll finish our friend. We'll count down here. Oh, man. I really appreciate all of you just hanging out. I mean, I really just want to hang out with you guys and make games for you. And I'm so appreciative because I get to make more of this. We get to make sure, it's because of you guys now, I now can step away from the retail part of it for a little bit so I can make the free version that runs in the web browser. Neither did I. That's massive. Thank you guys so much. I didn't expect that at all. I really appreciate all of that. My coffee's ice cold. That's all right. Hey, iced coffee's good too. It is over 9,000. Oh man, that's so cool. You guys, thank you so much. It's been so awesome. You guys did it. You did it. Oh, this is so awesome. That was a big final push. Holy crap. Well done, everyone. Go Goo Gang. You guys made a massive effort. I honestly didn't know really what to do about the project because I've only had one successful Kickstarter before, and that was for the making a game for the Pokemon Mini, and that was fun. That was a fun challenge. I'm feeling fired up. I'm going to make the absolute best game possible, man. I'm so excited. Thanks, everyone. Everyone's been so awesome. In case you missed it, we'll just quickly have a look at our buddies here. These are the couple of ones that I've been working on. We'll just let it run for the physics simulation. Well, the tablet doesn't really like Unity that way. And I don't like you that way. I like you, but not like you. Oh man, this is so cool. And you know what I want? My vision for the Goobuddies series is to make games of a couple different styles. And these assets, the environments, the lore, the special effects, the characters, I'll be able to use them in different styles of games. So if people say, hey, I like Goobuddies, but I would prefer if it was like Pokemon, you know, and then I'd be able to say, well, yeah, I actually have planned a game that's like Pokemon where you run around and you have an RPG style adventure and a story and you progress through a story like that. Yeah, I would love to do a Goobuddies game like that, you know? I want to do an open world traversal game where your Goobuddies aid with your mobility. One of my early concepts for Goobuddies that I have sitting around is what I call a mass battle game. And it's meant to be a more casual experience where you're collecting just tons and tons of different Goobuddies. And then there's something bigger than Colossus, and it's called the Leviathan. And those are even more dangerous than Colossus. And the idea for that is a very casual style of gameplay. I thought it would be appropriate for a mobile game. Is you're constantly collecting tons of Goobuddies and you're just chucking them at the boss. And you know, your Goobuddies get killed pretty quickly. But the whole point is you're just collecting a bunch, and it's fun to watch your Goobuddies go, and then over the course of a week, you're trying to whittle down the boss's health and you earn some reward. I thought something like that would be just a very casual game. You know, it's much less involved than this. This is very much you're in the stats, you know, and the skills and the raising. Something like that, you know, the mass battle style gameplay, you're not necessarily raising your Goobuddies as much as you are recklessly stockpiling them and throwing them at a giant monster. And I think an idea like that is fun as well, so I want to be able to explore different gameplay styles. So, yeah, this is what I've been working on. Earlier, we rigged up this fun little guy. Sky Shell. Goo Pikmin. Lol. Ending at exactly 9,001. I can't believe it ended at over 9,000. You did it, everyone. You guys are incredible. You're so awesome. It was over 9,000. Can we call this thing the Bayou Scraggler? Oh my god, I love that. Oh, I think we do have to call it the Bayou Scraggler. That's a great name. All right, let's sculpt this guy. We're going to give him a frog face. Okay. Frog face for this guy. We're going to use the grab tool. And again, if you guys want to do sculpting, get into it. Try it. You can use this. It's totally free. It's a discontinued, outdated program, but it's still great. It can produce production-ready assets. This is ideal for learning. This is what I learned to do sculpting on, and I still use it because I'm still learning sculpting. I have a lot of improvement I need to do with sculpting, and this program lets me do that. I've seen newer programs, they do too much, and a program that does too much gets in the way of the learning process. So I refuse to look up a frog face because I know what frogs look like. I have seen frogs. They're very flat, but we also want a chicken comb on top. It's over 9,000. Thank you, Ginoze. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Guys, we are going to have ourselves a friend. Oh, but Ginoze wants human teeth on this, which means we have to open the mouth. Okay, the Bayou Scraggler. He scraggles people with his hands, with his goo hands. Well done, everyone. Man, I'm so amped for this, for Goobuddies. I was working on it, over the past couple months, and I kept thinking, it sucks that I have to stop making more Goobuddies at some point, Okay. Let's make sure we save this. But now I get to make a few more. This is so exciting. So I have to organize reaching out to everyone and seeing the custom Goobuddies that they submit. This is going to be very exciting. Frogs have a much flatter profile than that, huh? That's pretty frog-like. Once you get the eyes on it, it's the eyes that make a frog, Let's look at our proportions. Do you guys want the head to be smaller or bigger? Something about the proportions feels weird. Being Are you heading out? All right, I'll see you, Ginoze. By the time you wake up, the update will be live. You'll be able to get this guy. Bro, they just added Terry and the Joker from Batman Beyond returned to the Joker to Fortnite, and Goobuddies hit the multiplayer tier. That is a hell of a night. I was a big Batman Beyond fan. I really liked that show. It felt like it was... like it did something different. Because, at that point in Batman, it was always like, okay, we know who Batman is. It's always Bruce Wayne. And then that was the first time I personally had seen a different Batman. So for me, it was like, whoa, there could be a different Batman. That's crazy. We need to make sure that there's a neck. The tool has gone weird. There we go. He has a neck now. To some degree. It's kind of a neck. Look, that's enough. I mean, technically Terry is... yeah, technically. But he's Terry, We have... Bruce Wayne is still there. That's... That's... I'm glad you pointed out. You know what I really like is obsessing over the very small, minute bits of lore and story in media that I like. It's just like, oh man, I just want to talk about this all night long. And you forget about little things like that. Like, oh yeah, he's kind of like spoilers for anyone. He was kind of like a clone of Bruce Wayne, isn't he? supposed to put teeth in this guy. Me and my roommate have a rubber frog named... See, I'm not going to say Jerrel, I'm going to say Geralt, because I think that's a reference to Carol, which is the Japanese automatopoeia for what a frog says. Japanese frogs say Carol, Carol, Carol. That we take turns hiding in the kitchen, an area of the house. When we find him, put him back in a little habitat I made for him. That's fun. That's fun. I'm sure this is what frogs look like. I'm fairly certain. So we gotta thickify those lips, because frogs got big, big lips. See, Ginose said he should have teeth, so we gotta put teeth in this bad boy. We have to. We're gonna thickify the lips, don't worry, they'll be thick. We'll get thick, juicy kissables here. I was at the pub the other night. We were doing our Irish session, our Christmas session for the Irish music session, and it was really magical, you know? You're there with people just hanging out, just spending time, and I did Old Lang Syne at the end of the night, and there's a lot of patrons there. Of course there would be. It's the end of the year, and all the patrons, everyone in the pub sang along, you know, and we did Old Lang Syne, and the building was rumbling. It really felt like it was shaking, and everyone was just so happy to be there, so happy to be around other people, and we sang the music together, and it was a really great night, you know. So all my music clubs are wrapped up for the year. We have to give this friend a little tongue, don't we? Do you guys want to give him a tongue? Should he have a tongue because he's a frogmouth? There's something melancholic, you know, there's something deeply comforting and also sad about Old Lang Syne, the music itself. This is certainly a night for peeps. I think only Pepe has lips. This is so cursed. The idea of a frog with teeth is disturbing, especially if you imagine them as gigantic. We're going to put teeth in there. You know, I have human teeth. I think I'm going to save us some time, right? It's going to take a while to model that. I have teeth from a monster that I made before, so what we're going to do is we're going to borrow the teeth from that monster. So we'll finish the sculpt, and then we'll use the teeth that I already have in my library. I've got that. Oh, Hex, you want him to have a tongue? What we'll do is we'll physics simulate the tongue. Let's go ahead and make his lips real kissable here. We'll paint this little friend. We'll paint him. We'll paint him real good. Paint him like one of our French girls. Frogs are really wide. You tend to underestimate how wide a frog is. That is a wide animal. Probably one of the widest animals they have. Do you guys want him a little frowny, or do you want him a little smiley? I'll have to put it in the sculpt, and then we leave room for the teeth, so let me know. It's too prognathic. It's facing too forward. So we're going to bring it in a bit to make it more frog-like. There we go. That's our frog boy. Smile. I think frogs normally have teeth. They just have many, many tiny teeth. That's interesting. You mean like little sort of bits that stop their food from sliding out? That's interesting. Ah, yes. Just pull the old teeth from the shelf. You save them for just this type of situation. That's what dentures are. Happy frog. We'll know. We won't fully understand what we've done to the world until we put the teeth in him. We'll know once we get him in engine, but we will put him in engine and then we'll understand. We have to put a chicken comb on his head as well because that's what was requested. Hold on, I picked the wrong tool. This is fun. We gotta put a chicken comb on him. Al-Anon wanted that. we're gonna make it like thick and chunky, because that's what a chicken gobbler should look like. Okay, what do you guys think? You like it? This is what we like here. This is what we are like. There is a species of frog that has teeth. Can you make him do the Fortnite dance? I don't have that in my library. I might get sued by Fortnite, maybe. Okay. We gotta fix our poly count here. We've got a little bit too many polygons. Don't be afraid to reduce the poly count inside the mouth, because people can't look in there anyway. So that's where you can afford to reduce the poly count significantly inside the mouth. Unless you're making a dentist game. If you're making a dentist game, is the one exception to that advice. I actually like this friend. Let's put some eyeballs on him. Actually, I might put eyeballs in him in engine. I might do that in engine, because if I use the Goobuddies eyeballs, he'll be able to blink. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's go ahead and optimize our. Now we're optimizing for performance, because this will be an enemy, so there's going to be a bunch of these on screen. So I need to make sure the poly count is not too high. So we'll do this, then we will paint him. We'll paint him like one of our French girls. And then we're going to rig him up, and then we'll put him in game. It might be about 5 or 6 hours before the update for this goes live, so that you could play it. I missed it in case I didn't see it in the chat. Do you guys? So this is meant to be an enemy in my interactive devlog, but do you guys want one of these to be playable? Do you want him to be recruitable so you can put one in your party and then he can help you in battles? Let me know if you want that. It takes a little bit of work. I don't know as much about amphibians as I do some other groups, but yeah, I think they tend to have teeth for holding, because they're slimy, right? They're, you know, you don't want that slime in your mouth. They're the enemies. I said enemies. The frogs. You don't want the frog's enemies to slip out of his mouth. When a frog is eating an enemy, this is what happens when you develop or you play video games too much, is you start using the language outside of context. Do you want the turkey flapper to be longer? Of course, who doesn't want an unholy abomination? Guest appearance in Goobuddies when? I mean, he's got goo hands. This is gross. This is an abomination. Why did you guys design this? We'll know what it's like once he has the human teeth and the eyes. We're getting there. Okay. I just want to optimize a little more. I want to recruit him as a bard. He's supposed to have a guitar. Don't let me forget that. The hands poly count is still a little high. You know, if this was a game, say for example, like Resident Evil, right? You generally don't have 50 enemies on screen with Resident Evil. So you can have very high poly count enemies or graphical assets for Resident Evil. But if you have a game, it's like, say for example, if Plants vs. Zombies, for example, you know, that uses sprites, but you wouldn't have a bunch of character models from Resident Evil. You wouldn't use those for Plants vs. Zombies because there would be too many polygons on screen and that would cause the hardware to slow down. So you need to consider when you're optimizing your graphical assets, what will be the usage of this graphical asset? And in the SunGrand Virtual Studio, that's running in the web browser, and the web browser doesn't really have good performance anyway, and the battle system in that generally has a lot of enemies on screen. This is fine. We're at 42,000 overall, I think. That's probably fine. I can optimize it a little further later. Okay, let's go ahead and paint him like one of our French girls. Then we're going to rig him up and then put him in engine. Save this as another stage here. S2, S3. Oh man, this is gonna be great once he has his teeth in his eyes. He shouldn't have human teeth, but he will. He will. Okay. Now we paint. And we paint. Guys, thank you so much again for helping make the Kickstarter a success. Well, you guys made it a success. Oh, I'm so amped. Oh man. What I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna drink a ton of coffee and then try to do all of the modeling for the new Goobuddies all in one go, just so it's all, when you're doing one thing, you can do it very quickly. You know, like you don't go to a sandwich maker and then ask them to change the oil in your car, right? Maybe that sandwich maker is able to do an oil change, but it would slow them down going back and forth between two different tasks. You know what I mean? So I think I'll organize all of the modeling for the Goobuddies, and then I'll just do it all in one go, and then we'll have all the new species done. And then the rigging up and everything, that takes a little bit of time, as you've seen. 20% chance of caffeine making you more sleepy. There's a limit to where you have too much and then you crash. It just starts doing the opposite, and it doesn't help. All right, well, this is going to be an enemy, and this is the, what was the name for it? The Bayou Stranglers? Strangler? You gotta look up the name again. Oh man, can you guys say in the chat what his name was supposed to be? Giving him vaguely human teeth is more than enough, but if you spent the next hour giving him anatomically correct human definition, it would make my whole week. Well, I only ask my sandwich maker to change my oil after he's finished making my sandwich. Don't do the oil check first. The Bayou Scraggler. I like that. The Bayou Scraggler. All right, let's go ahead and paint him like one of our French girls. What we're going to do... I clicked the wrong thing. So I'm going to use my library that I've already set up for other monsters. I'm just going to use whatever's in there. But I think I have a lizard green in here, so I'm really hoping that's in there. The Bayou Scraggler. Yes, okay. What we're going to do is first do a first coat. Yeah, I think something like this for the overall body first. Okay, well, we're going to do a base coat first. You just want to make sure you cover all of the areas. Oh man, Sculptress does not like having a bunch of things open. I'm going to close some of the things that I have running. I'll close this. Yeah, we'll save that. And I will close this. Yes. I have to have OBS open, so that's unfortunate for me. I want to save this. I'm not closing that. I need to make sure. You know what? I'll take a photo of that. Then I can close the window. Oh, where did it go? Okay, so here we go. We're going to paint him like one of our French girls. We're going to rig him up. Then we're going to get him in engine. Okay, now I can close that. Get a little bit of RAM back. His name is redacted. It's just a black page. And you know what we will do? We're going to turn off symmetry. You see how there's this kaleidoscope effect from having the symmetry enabled. And the symmetry, unfortunately, results in an end product that doesn't look organic. However, you can use it if you want to elicit a very specific kind of visual effect. For example, if you are trying to style match visuals from the 90s and early 2000s, you can leave symmetry on because that helps give it that primitive feeling, the primitive 3D graphics feeling. If you want to have a sort of a Rorschach effect to it, then you can leave that on. But I'm going to turn it off so it can just have a little bit more organic feeling. Those hands, why did you guys say that? Oh, God. Oh, that's awful. You wanted this. You wanted this. Okay. I'm still doing the base coat. Okay, brush set. Here we go. I need to add red to that. No. We'll use some of the Silver Falls monsters textures for the skin up there. Normally what I would do is I would actually split up the components of this object. You know, if I was doing if I was really serious in making a commercial game, I would split up all the objects so I could paint them, because you can see you have spill over here. If I'm trying to paint his head, it's going on the torso as well. So normally if I was serious, I would paint that, but we're just having fun really, so I'm not going to bother. That adds significantly more time to the process. Let's make the inside of his mouth. What color do you want his hands and his feet have to be yellow, right? They're chicken feet. My microphone. Let me adjust my sitting position here. If he made a cameo, imagine this guy as the KK Slider of Goobuddies just shows up once a week to play a song. He looks like he could play a song. I mean, with hands like that, 7 fingers. Man, I'm not that great at the piano. If I had 7 fully functional piano fingers, I might be better at piano then. Do I have yellow for the... No, I don't. We're going to have to add yellow. Okay, let's see. I gotta add something here. Just make it really fast, or... I gotta make it yellow really quick. I'll just do that real quick here. Projects. Open Photoshop. Monster skin. Just chilling. We need him to show up in an out-of-bounds room smoking cigarettes, picking his guitar with the alligator cryptid from the other stream. You know what we could do with this? We could, like, stick him inside of a house. You know how much I like hiding stuff in my games that you'll never see? We could stick this guy inside of a house in Goobuddies and they would never see him. Yeah, Photoshop will take 50% of the memory. Now the green slime is just dripping onto the collar. That's a good look. Hey, all right. I like it. I like your logic and reasoning here. Oh, man, I'm just trying to open some files here, man. Come on, man. Monster. Let's see. I need some... Give me some skin. Boy, that sounds... That's not a good sentence. I don't think I want to say that. Do people say that for high-fiving? Give me some skin? I don't like it. That feels unpleasant rolling off the tongue. So I'm going to put that on my blacklist of things that I would like to never say again. I don't know. Let me... Give me some yellow. Filter. Distort. Okay, we're going to add some noise, then we're going to blur it. Actually, let me think. Okay, so we've added noise, now we've blurred it, and now what we're going to do is, let's see, filter gallery. Let's see what we've got here. What can help create a look of chicken feet? I'm thinking of one of these. I'm thinking of the dry brush. Yeah, this is fine. That's good to me. Okay, this is going to be our chicken feet. Let's go ahead, and I don't want to spoils my stuff there. I'll just put this in here. I will say skin yellow. That's real chicken feedy. Okay, now we'll load that in. Oh, I see where I was supposed to put that. I see now. Maybe I'll do that now. Hold on. Okay, projects. So if I click on this now, we've got the skin that we just created in Photoshop. That'll be for the feet. Bro, hear me out. Open Photopea on the browser. It's like Photoshop, trust. Photopea. Okay, let's take a look. It's good to check out things like that because then you might be able to make recommendations to people. Guys, come on! Come on! I just removed X and Temu and whatever from these, and it just populated them with more stuff. Look at this. What if Viator Trivago? I'm not gonna. It just filled my shortcut things with ads. It's so insulting that they think that I'm not gonna notice that they filled my shortcut thing with ads. Photopea. This is cool. You know, I'll take a look at this later. Oh, hey, that's always good. Thanks for sharing that, Hex. This is really good. I will look into this later, and I think I might be able to make recommendations for people to use that. That's great. It's always great to have options like that. Nice one. Good one, Hex. Okay, yes! I feel like this is right, you know? This is so yellow. This is the most yellow thing I've ever seen in my whole life. I might make a second version of this toned down a little. Oops, yeah. I might just want to tone it down a little bit. Okay. Okay, we have monster design. Tail design. Monster skin. We're gonna control U that. Turn down the saturation just a little bit. Yeah, that's good to me. Actually, I'll just ramp up the lows on that a little bit. Control U. Yeah, we'll make a version that's just a little more brown there. Okay, and we can call this yellow too. Okay, we're done. And we'll add that. Okay, I think that might be a little more reasonable. I personally use Photopea because it doesn't eat up my entire memory to crop and saturate an image. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm really struggling right now because I like to have YouTube open when I'm working, and for some reason YouTube just uses a ton of memory. But I gotta watch my Goosebumps and my Are You Afraid of the Dark? Got our base coat in there. This is delightful and fun. This is fun to me. Good job, you guys. I'm glad we toned down that yellow, by the way. It feels more natural. Okay, what color do you guys want the hands? Let's see what we have here. This is what's in the library. Generally, I use these for the Silver Falls monsters. I think YouTube gets memory leaks or something. That would make sense, because I tend to leave it open for a while, and then, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. You know how when you restart the computer, it starts working better? My reasoning is, why don't the technology that goes into restarting your computer to make it better, why don't they build that technology into your computer? So whatever you do that fixes it when you restart it, build that into the operating system already so you don't have to restart it. Is that possible? Or am I dreaming? Green on top of the hands, yellow palms. Okay. Green on top. Crazy tongue. This is what it sounds like when I've had a long work day and I'm sitting at Denny's and it's 2 a.m. with friends and we're having a coffee. That's the kind of talk that I come up with, and it's crazy, you know, the technology that goes into restarting a computer. Ridiculous. This isn't a fantasy world that we're living in. I'll come back and fix the sleeves. Actually, we should do a full base coat, and then we'll do yellow to clean it, to define it. The auto rigger's gonna freak out about these hands. I'm telling you now, the auto rigger's not gonna like that. I might have to add more bones afterward. Internal logic. You must maintain internal logic at all costs. That's what Grandpapa always told me. He always said, at all costs, maintain your internal logic. There we go. Okay, I gotta fix it. Them sleeves got a little jacked up. Once we have the base coat on, we are going to disable symmetry so that we can get a little bit more of a natural look to the overall texture. Painted on the hand a little bit. We're gonna have to live with it. See, normally I would export this and split it. I would split up these into different parts so that you only paint on one piece of geometry at a time. But that takes way more time, and it would be so boring if you had to sit here and go through all of that extra stuff. So this is fine. All right, we're turning symmetry off. Also, here's an interesting quirk. So after you export a model from this, and say you bring it into Maya, and you want to reduce the poly count in Maya, which is something that's important, you have to be able to do that, later on if you want to optimize for other consoles. If you don't turn symmetry off, it'll break your model. If you try to reduce the poly count, it won't work. You'll freak out and go crazy. See how we can have asymmetrical painting on that now, so it's more natural. He's gonna have a guitar. Oh, we gotta paint the inside of his mouth too. See how that doesn't look organic back there, but now I do. Yeah, much more organic looking. This is unholy. In all aspects of the word, it's unholy. The other day I stockpiled a bunch of horror movies from the 60s and 70s that I hadn't seen before. One was a haunted house movie. I already forgot the name of it. It sucked. I actually stopped watching it in the middle and watched something else. It was really boring. English people go into a haunted house, but this was, nothing happened in this movie. It was really boring. I forgot what it was. I could watch you do this stuff all day. Hey, that's awesome. I'd like to do this more because it is just fun to hang out with people. And now that I have the virtual studio, we have a way where we get to hang out and make stuff, and then you get to play it in an actual game. I'm going to pick one of my Silver Falls things. Probably just this one's fine. For my turkey flapper. Uh-oh, it crashed. I saved recently, but a Sculptress does have auto-saving as well. That's what dog. I think my dog wants to hang out with me. Just like Burlap Elvis. I'm so glad my clothes are not a part of my body. It sucks. It's a bummer having clothes part of your body. It's hard to get in there in a shower and clean. Okay. So, I don't think the auto-saving worked on the painting. So hopefully I saved recently, but I don't think I saved that recently. This is my fault. I should have been saving. But I was gabbing away. I was just chatting and talking. Okay. Yeah, we can do this more often now that I have the virtual studio, because now we have a way to enjoy the stuff here. Sort by date. There we go. Hopefully I saved after the hands. Up until that point, it's not really, not that big of a deal. We're not that far back. It's right before I turn symmetry off. Well, right after. Okay, no big deal. Save often. So, Sculptress does have autosaving, but it looks like the autosaving doesn't apply to the texture work, only the modeling. Let's go ahead. Okay, we'll turn the wireframe off. See, we don't need the wireframe anymore. Now we can enjoy the model. Let's go ahead and open this. Add set. That's what I'm. Okay, we're using this burlap texture. Oh, we got to paint inside the mouth. Oops, gotta enable that. You can define different shaped brushes as well. I used to have that at some point, and then I misplaced where I put my library, and now I haven't had the time to create new brushes again. So I will go back eventually at some point and then create a bunch of new brushes. So right now it's just like a very default smooth brush. And it'll do the job, but sometimes you want brushes that are angular, that can get into certain spots, that you can create certain patterns with that. And if you guys want to do this, you absolutely can. This is 100% within your power. You can download Sculptress and you can do this. I use a drawing tablet because it's a very fluid and natural way to interact with software like this. And these things used to be very expensive, but they're much cheaper these days. They're much more affordable for even if you just want to do it as a little hobby, as just to try it, Flared sleeves, bell bottoms, high collar, kind of a pompadour. It is kind of a pompadour. This guy's kind of styling, man. He's got to have that guitar. This is our friend. See how that doesn't look organic there? Because it has symmetry. Let's go ahead and just fix that a little. Plus it's higher resolution. So you could spend a long time doing this, right? So at some point you have to call it. You have to say, time to stop, and you have to move on with the next part of production and development. So it's really whatever you have time for. Whatever you can do, then do it. Okay, we got to paint the inside of the mouth. This is what caused us to crash last time. Hold on. See how there's symmetry there, and it doesn't look natural and organic? We'll go ahead and just see. Doesn't take a whole lot. Now it looks more organic and natural. Now we're going to paint his turkey wobbler. I know that there's a word for this. I don't want to use the word. It crashed again. That's so interesting. The exact same spot, but I saved right before at that time. What you need to do is you have to clench your butt cheeks. And that's how you get something like this to work. I wasn't clenching hard enough. This is my fault, guys. I'm sorry. I should have clenched harder. He's uncanny, but also cool. Congratulations on your Kickstarter. Glad I could be a part of it. Hey, Isaiah, good to see you. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. I can't believe we got over 9,000. That is hilarious to me. All of you have been so awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, here's the thing. I have to paint the turkey wobbler, but I have to clench my butt cheeks real hard or it's not going to work properly. Because it's crashed twice in a row now. Okay. I'm selecting this. Whoa. Oh, see how I selected that, but it hasn't changed? Maybe there's something wrong with that one. Ah, there's something wrong with the first entry. I'm certain that if we tried to use that first one again, it will crash again. So let's not use that one. Okay, but I'm still going to clench. Can you guys, would you mind clenching with me? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, everybody clench. 1, 2, 3. Well done, everyone. It looks like we clenched hard enough, and it did not crash. This is the Bayou Scraggler. Once you have the teeth and the eyes on this guy, though, we're really going to know. We will really understand. Okay. Yes, this is our friend. I think it's the pop collar really has the right appeal. Oh, we have to have a tongue. I'll have to make that and then add it in with physics simulation afterward. Okay. Do you guys want to give them yellow lips? Frogs often have coloration on their lips, don't they? So, do you want me to add yellow coloration on the lips, or maybe another color? Tell me what you want, and we'll do it. Oh, this is our handsome friend. Those hands are not good. Oh. Those are bad hands. Those are bad hands. Yellow lips. Okay. Oh, see? My base coat missed a little bit on the fingertips. Let's go ahead and just slap a bit of yellow on there. We didn't save our set after we added the yellow, so what I will do is I'm going to add them, and then I'm going to save this set again. There we go. Now in the future, yellow will always be... It's good to have a library of assets. So if you create something or you purchase something from an artist, it's good to have that on hand so you can use it in the future. Wow, it feels like all of his fingertips should be yellow now, right? Let's give him some juicy, succulent smoochers. Alright, time to paint your smoochers, buddy. Bucker up, buttercup. You gonna get smoochers. I should have done this when there was symmetry, but we're just gonna freeball it now. I think the term I wanted was free-handed, but I got confused and I didn't say free-handed, so now we're freeballing it. That's got a real Joker quality to it. That's what it is. I don't know what it is about it. Oh, yeah! You're right, Mouseman. I'm a big fan of Piranha Plant. I really like playing him in Smash, and that absolutely has the Piranha Plant vibes. This is like your 4-year-old daughter wanted to try lipstick for the first time, so you let her, and it's all over. Yep, that's how we do it. That's how we roll. We got to make a tongue for this guy as well, and the tongue will be physics simulated. Okay, but this is ready to roll. So what we're going to do is we're going to export this guy's model and textures, then we're going to use an auto rigger, and we'll get him ready for animation. So we're going to export the object. Let me make sure I put this. I'll just use my Hero of Destiny 3D model. Okay. This is the Bayou Scraggler. I really wanted some sort of a Christmas element to we could like dangle a candy cane on his back or something. Maybe he uses 2 candy canes to scraggle people. What do you mean a lizard tongue? Lizards have every conceivable kind of tongue. I don't think I've ever been licked by a lizard. I don't know if it would be similar to a cat. Cats are very unpleasant to be licked by. Okay, and our texture here. Hold on, show advanced. We got to click on show advanced tools and then save text map. Okay. And I'll save that Bayou Scraggler. What we'll do now, I'm done with the drawing tablet, so we'll go ahead and set the drawing tablet aside. That I put it on. Throw it on the ground. Okay. Okay, we're just logging into our service here. We're going to boot up Maya, and I'm just going to make sure that the geometry is set in the right place. We want to make sure that the feet are planted along the 0 plane for the y-axis, and that the character overall is centered. So we'll boot up Maya and fix that up. Oh, where's the lizard licks leave a sticky film? Okay, how do you know that? Like a tongue with a split in the middle. That forked tongue is of the devil. I mean, that's what they say. Yeah, we'll put a tongue in there. The teeth are gonna sell it soon. Soon, Genose, soon you will have the teeth which we crave. Okay, I'm going to open up the 3D model now. It is exported in OBJ file, or in object if you want. Object. Catching angry tree lizards at the chat. Oh man, awesome! That sounds like fun. Now, you see, this is where we need to make sure that we make modifications so that the character is centered. I'm going to select all of his vertices. All of those points are what create the illusion that this boy exists. I hate to break it to you, this boy does not exist. He's not real. We have all contributed to this abomination of something. It's an idea of something. What we've done is we've used technology to express the idea of something. And the technology that we've used is 3D modeling. I'm going to center his spine a little more. And so this doesn't exist. This is not real. It never will exist. It just looks like something that could exist. What is happening is we have put together a number of physical traits which we can visually identify and understand. As human beings, we all have a certain amount of shared experiences and a shared understanding, and so we know what a humanoid creature looks like. We know arms, we know what a hand looks like, and we use that understanding, that shared understanding of our cultural history, to convey the sense that this is something that exists. If you were to show this to a dog, it wouldn't mean anything, because a dog doesn't see the world the way that we do. A dog doesn't understand this, but humans can understand this. Okay, let's go ahead and export this. Somehow the profile looks way creepier. Yeah, it'd be fun if he had like a slump. You know, we should give him a sort of slouches. That would be fun. We should. He looks like he should be doing this, right? Like a cool animation like this. Just waiting for my computer to catch up. My computer's just doing a little bit of thinking. Okay. And this is our Bayou Scraggler. Okay. Now, we are going to use Mixamo, which is an auto rigger, which I recommend. It's quite good. Dang, Old Lang Syne gets me in the feelings, man. And you know, I had it's been such an interesting year, and I've met some interesting people, and I've made friends with interesting people. There's a guy that I met, about half a year ago, and he and I guess his sort of brother-in-law, I guess, started attending one of the music sessions that I go to at the pub, the Irish music session. And a month ago, this this guy's wife suddenly passed away, and it was just it's really upsetting. It's sad, because you hate to see loss like that. And I don't really know the guy all that well. I mean, we only played music together at the pub, and I felt really terrible. And it was obvious that the guy was really struggling. It was really awful, And so I sent him a message. I said, just to let him know that if he needed somebody to have a beer with, to sit and talk with, And I said, I'll be around if you just need someone to sit and talk with and whatnot. You really appreciated that. We were there at the pub last week, and we were playing our music, and he's doing his best to hang in there, But his wife just suddenly passed away a month ago. They did the funeral and everything, and I think he was just really happy to be outside and to be with other people. But we talked, and I gave him some advice, and I shared my outlook on life and whatnot. It's we don't even really know each other that well, but I think it's those kind of things where you sort of meet people at the right time, and I think we'll probably end up being friends and just talking and being able to just someone to spend time around. Let's see. All right, we've rigged this up. Crocodoodle-doo! Yes. Now, without this auto rigger, this would have taken me a couple days to get it this efficient, right? So auto rigging is excellent. I'm so glad we invented that years and years ago. His elbows are a little high. I might lower the elbows. I don't want them to be that high up. I'll put them lower down. The knees looked fine to me. Crocodoodle-doo. This guy's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. He's going to have a guitar. I want some Christmas aspect. I'll give him a candy cane as well. Let's get some eyeballs on this friend. And teeth. I got to go through my projects now, and I got to look for the teeth. Hold on. So where's my sungrown builder assets? And I think teeth should be in here. Teeth. That looks better. Crocodoodle-doo. Okay, this handles all the rigging for me, the animating, but earlier in the stream we rigged up a Goobuddy manually. Sticking a Goobuddy in here wouldn't work unless you needed them to be humanoids, so you have to be able to still understand the process and manually rig on your own as well. So go ahead and download this friend. We're going to go FBX4 Unity, original pose, and this will allow us to stick him in Unity. Okay, let me just get ready. I'll drop him into Goobuddies, and we can see him in Goobuddies there. One moment. Let me just shoot that. I'm still here. We're still here. We can close out of Maya. Oh, we do have the texture as well. Okay, I think we can close out of sculptures. Okay, dog, okay. The placement of the eyes and the shape of the pupils are going to go a long way in determining the creepy factor. Agreed, absolutely. I think I should paint the frog eyes. What sort of eyes? Like, should they be actual? Because Elenon asked for a frog head. He didn't say anything about the eyes. So what kind of eyes do you think we should stick on this bad boy? We got to make him creepy still. Like, he's cursed, but is he cursed enough? You know what I mean? Is he cursed enough? So I think with our choices for eyes, I think we could make him a little more cursed. That's what I think. The screen will be back in a second. I'm just waiting for the Goobuddies project to open, and then we'll get Bayou Scraggler up in there. Pia, that's really cool. Anyway, I'll put the screen back on. I'm just waiting for the Unity project to open now. Oh, here we are. Flashbang, sorry. Any second now. Hey, any second now, it'll open right on. I once had an Argonian vampire in Oblivion that gained red human eyes instead of lizard eyes. It was pretty unsettling. Ooh, red eyes I think would be a really good idea. Okay, what we'll do is just create a temporary directory because this is not the project where we'll be using this. We're going to add Bayou Scraggler to the virtual studio, but I have that on a different machine. Okay, now we'll get the textures in there as well. See? 3D model. I need to get the texture. Where did the texture go? I had it there. There it is. Texture. Okay, give him some red eyes for now, and then my teeth. I'm searching for the teeth model in my library, and that should be here in just a moment. Okay, guys, get ready. This is gonna be it. We're gonna bring him up. It's importing. Here we go. Oh, look at this. This is our friend. A little too tall. Dial it back a little. This is our friend. Hold on. Calculate the normals. Read right. Get both the shapes off. I will add a tongue as well. We will give him a tongue. Okay. And we can call this Scraggler. Okay. Now we will assign our texture file to the albedo. These different spots allow us to achieve different visual effects. The albedo is basically the most basic texture, the color of the character. We don't have a normal map or a specular map, so we are unable to define the bumpiness because we don't have that. But we can probably just generate that really quickly using Shader Map 4. Shader Map 4 will allow us to generate a normal map quite quickly. But in terms of the specularity, we might just dial it down. We don't want them, well, we want them to be a little smooth. We can generate that. We can generate the specular map if we wanted to. Look at our friend. Boy, he's a tall friend. Okay. What we're going to do is drag and drop. And I'm not saying drag and drop. I'm saying drag and drop, like a mythical creature, dragons. How upsetting would a slime tongue be? Ooh, a slime tongue. Oh, my boy, I love him. This is our child. We created him. We brought him into this world. This is our creation. Okay, so this will be a recruitable character in the virtual studio. Again, it might take me about 5 hours to finish the update because I want more of you guys appearing as cameos. But also I have to create movesets and weapons for everyone. I try to update the virtual studio about once a week. And it's Christmas themed right now. Right now the playable character in Virtual Studio has some Christmas weapons. So this guy will be an enemy, but he will also be recruitable. So what we did with Shader Map, we just generated a normal map, and you're going to see a huge difference. Normal maps are a secret ingredient. They make games look much more interesting and organic because they're able to convey a sense of depth and bumpiness when it comes to the surface of geometry. Oops, wrong one. Go ahead and grab that. Drop that right onto the normal map there. Click Fix Now. And you're going to notice it right here. It's going to be noticeable immediately. And we have to put a tongue on this bad boy. We'll do it. We'll do it now. I want to see it. It's still updating and importing. what I would do, I would manually create a specular map so I can have the green part of his body look more shiny than the rest of his body. That doesn't... Something's wrong with that normal map. Something doesn't seem right. Oh, of course, yeah. In this project, the standard shader doesn't function because of the project workspace that it's in. So, what was bumped specular? There, now that's correct. You see, that's way too intense. The standard shader lets us adjust that. What I'm going to do is adjust the settings here, so we'll generate a new one, and we'll reduce the intensity. We'll just generate a new. In many years past, we had to manually create the normal maps pixel by pixel ourselves. So having programs like this that allow us a visual way to generate these normal maps through programmatic means has allowed us to do more while having much better control over the end product. So that's very exciting. Okay, you see it's much more manageable now. You see it's way less bumpy. I think I might tone it down just a little bit more. Okay. Oops. It's still generating. Still generating. Okay, now we go back to it. Okay, see there's without a normal map, and then we'll let that normal map load back in. Let's put some eyeballs on him. Oh, we gotta find the teeth. Where are my teeth? Let's see. Okay. I think this is it. I think I found it. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to paste it right on in there. This is your child. Behold him. Behold your child. Like the tongue is an entity with the face and such? Whoa! Zaza Z number massacre. In with the save. I think we need to have a sentient. I think the tongue needs to have its own face. That's gross. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make a tongue for him, and it's gonna have its own face. Very upsetting. Okay, we're waiting for the teeth to import now. This guy doesn't blend in with Goobuddies at all. He is from a very different video game. Very different vibe. We'll sculpt the tongue in a minute after we get this going. And let's see what some animations look like on. Why do we keep making it more cursed? Goobuddies hanging out of his mouth. Yeah, let's do it. We're waiting for that. Okay, you know what? Let's start it now while we're waiting. Hold on. Save. No. No. Scarecrow. New object. How cursed can we make this and not take accountability for it? This is all your guys doing, actually. I didn't have anything to do with this. You guys did it. Okay. Oop. Grab the whole thing. Just move it forward. Oop. Okay, now we're going to set that aside. We're going to grab the tablet again. Plug that right on in there, that USB hole. I think I need to have lunch soon. I haven't had anything to eat. What time is it? I'm hungry. Let's make a tongue real quick. Oop, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. Now, tongues are flat. We know that. We understand that tongues are flat. So let's go ahead and flatten this bad boy out right now, like this. Oh, we want symmetry on, by the way. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and fix that. We will want to just create a new object again. Oh. Oops. Oh, you know what? Turning symmetry on and off puts all of the objects onto one entity. That's what went wrong, and I think we'll have to do it again. We're making this more cursed than it needs to be, aren't we? We've made it more cursed. I'm making TTRPGs. I may just have to put Bayou Scraggler in one of my games. Awesome! A tabletop! Yes! This is our child. Okay. I'm creating a new object. Oh, no. I have to turn symmetry on. Oh, see, he has paint data. Hold on. Let me open one that doesn't have paint data. That's where I kind of made a mistake here. There we go. Symmetry on. New object. New object. There we go. We're good. Let's just make this real quick. And we're going to scale this right on down like this. Bayou Scraggler. Bayou Scraggler. Oh, we get hit, man. Bayou Scraggler like to taste his victim before they die. He like comparing the taste of a victim while they alive and while they're dead. Done taste real good. You gonna go and lick you real good. Nobody knows if his tongue really in charge. Nobody really knows. Some say Bayou Scraggler don't even make his own decision. Now his tongue do all the thinking for him. Ain't nobody never seen the Bayou Scraggler survive. My grandpa lost his fourth wife to the Bayou Scraggler. That done taste real good. They say that a Bayou Scraggler, if he ever lose his tongue, they say he die of a broken heart. 'Cause that tongue, it's its own entity and own being, but he done like that entity. It's like his best friend. And if that tongue ever leave him, he gonna die of a broken heart. Okay, we gotta give this tongue a little its own. Because we're viewing this thing from a distance, you know, so we have to be able to know that it's a long tongue. You know, I'm looking at the proportions of the rest of the creature. I wasn't going to assume scraggling was fatal, but here we are. This is so good. I like the lore behind him, you know. The tongue itself doesn't need to feed, to eat, but it sustains itself by tasting things. It just likes the taste of things. My fourth grandpa was obsessed with hunting the Bayou Scraggler. He was never the same man once he lost his wife. He went out there every day on the bayou. He done hunt that thing down, trying to get photograph and put him in an animal trap, but he ain't never gonna find the Bayou Scraggler. He was a broken man. Ain't never gonna find that Bayou Scraggler. Let's reduce that. Okay, we're going to do inflate, and we got to give this thing its own sort of face. Oh no! Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh no! Oh god! What if the face on the tongue had its own teeth? Whoa! Okay, hold on. That's getting a little too big. Uh-oh. We gotta give him his mouth. I told you he looked like he had a story. I wasn't ready for this story. You gotta be ready, man. We're here at Sungrand. There's always a story. He just won't taste. They say that Bayou Scraggler was driven insane by the tongue that never stopped talking to him, but ain't nobody ever heard the tongue talking, only the Bayou Scraggler can hear the voice of the tongue. And he tell him he gotta scraggle people, and he wanna taste them. He wanna taste the people, and he wanna scraggle. And they taste real good. It's when people are scared, when people feel like they're gonna die and they're real scared, is when they taste the best. Bayou Scraggler. He gonna scraggle you real good. Okay, here we go. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? This is it. This is how we got here, people. This is what we have now. We're gonna physics animate this little friend. I'm not taking responsibility for this. You guys did this, not me. I want to make sure this is performant because there's gonna be performance implications on this friend. Okay. What we'll do, S2. Okay. What we're gonna do is paint him, and we'll put him in there. We'll rig him up super fast, and then we'll. Yes, my dog. Yes. Okay. Symmetry off. Jenkins did that thing. That thing just look at me. What's that from? Okay, my dog. My dog wants me to hang out with him. Just some angry. Just missing. We might have to paint that on. Xenomorphing in progress. Standby. We'll paint some eyebrows on him. Okay. I'll use my Silver Falls library. Gotta hit enable on that there. That was very tongue-like texture. Okay, make sure our base coat covers everything. Oh, I'm going to my friend's house tonight. Oh, I might be late on the on updating the virtual studio. I'm going to my friend's place. We're gonna just catch up and hang out. It's our holiday hangout. Okay, I'll paint some eyebrows on him. Oh, he's veiny too. Oh, look what you did. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Destined to defeat Master Pain and the Evil Council. Okay. See, this will make his mouth. Oh, no, see, don't want that. Because it's a smaller character, we want his mouth, his features to be more visible. So we're going to paint it that way. Internal eye sockets like that. Okay. Okay. We need eyebrows. You want him looking angry, huh? This is what you wanted. You guys wanted this. You got what you asked for. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Ah! You let the Scraggler into our home. You brought the Scraggler here. What will we do now? Will the Scraggler ever be satiated? Okay, Scraggler. Tongue, okay. Alright, and the model. Okay. Nope. Are you Scraggler? Are you Scraggler Tongue? You guys did this. Tongue is lecturing me. This looks so cool. Hey, T-Bone, good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. I didn't make this monster. Everyone here in the chat that's been hanging out. Holy shit, I just realized that the Bayou Scraggler's the chosen one. Yeah, everyone in the chat came up with this. I barely did anything. Okay, I have the teeth. I have to copy and paste the tongue assets in, so give me a second here. We got the tongue. Okay. Put that into the project. Actually, I do have to stop and get something to eat. I'm starting to feel lightheaded because I've been working. I got like 5 hours of sleep, which is a lot for me. And I had to wake up early because I did the barbecue for my archery club yesterday, so I haven't had a lot of sleep. I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm gonna put his tongue in there, and then we're gonna just wrap it up. Okay. But we will give him an animation. We can see him in motion at least. That would be nice. I'll rig this up in physics animate or physics simulate the tongue after lunch. Where is he? Whoa! Whoops! Oh, he's a big boy, isn't he? Oh. Okay, come on. Where is he? So this will be physics animated. I'll do it after. So oh, it's past 2 o'clock. I didn't realize. I really need to get something to eat. You Scraggler Tongue. Okay, everyone. Thanks very much for hanging out, and thank you so much for helping the Kickstarter be a success. I'm gonna work super hard. I want to make this game awesome. Are there reflection probes in there? That's on. There we go. We'll put him in sunlight. There we go. Now we can see our boys. You did this. You did this. Let's go ahead and borrow an animator rig. Goo Man? Where's Goo Man? Man, I don't... Oh, Goo Man test. I'll just borrow that. Just because I suggested half of this doesn't mean it's my fault. It is your fault. We're going to turn down, see the shininess is like that, right? And the specular colors, go ahead and dial that down. What a fun little friend. Let's run it and just see it with animation. And we will have that physics animated. I love that we're boys. 2 good boys. Well done, everybody. Okay, keep an eye out. Probably tomorrow then. I don't want to rush it. So tomorrow I will upload the update. So keep an eye out. I'll put a video on the channel. And I clicked the wrong one. You set this to humanoid. Yeah, so tomorrow you'll be able to play the update to Virtual Studio. There's going to be way more content, more playables, more enemies. This guy, of course, we're adding him. This guy will be added to the Virtual Studio. He'll be recruitable, so you can have him on your team, and then there will also, he'll primarily show up as an enemy in the battle zones. There he is, our boy! We will physics animate that, though. So, our two boys. Look at him! Well done, everyone. He actually looks badass. And of course, we will give him a guitar. Don't let me forget, but we will give him a guitar. This is well done, everyone. Let's look at his hands. I think I'll manually add bones. I think I might manually add them so we can physics animate them as well. I'm gonna link the OS project. Share it in the Discord, Hex, because I don't think YouTube will let you post links in the comment section. Anyway, send me a message. Take care, everyone. Have a great holiday season. Make sure you check back tomorrow. I will upload and share the update. And then we can hang out with our boy in the virtual studio. Take care, everyone. It was awesome. Good job. Great team effort. We'll see you around, everyone. Take care. Have a great holiday season. Thanks.